time is 5:33 p.m. It is Tuesday, September the 3rd, and I'm going to call this special city council meeting to order. Will the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell,
Here.
Rizzo, Heiser,
Here.
Zuniga, Harris,
Here.
Parsley,
You got 15 minutes?
Tobias.
Present.
Sorry. All right. 4 members present. We have a quorum. Next up is citizen comments period. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward? Seeing none, I'm going to close citizen comments period. Next up is executive session. City Council will now go into executive session to discuss items 1A through H pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.087. List of topics. I don't have to read that. That's right. Thank you. Meeting back to order. There was no action taken during executive session. There will be no action taken now. Motion to adjourn. All right, we are adjourned. Good evening, everyone. The time is 7:03 p.m. It is Tuesday, September 3rd. I'm going to call this regularly scheduled city council meeting to order. Would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell,
Here.
Rizzo,
Present.
Heiser,
Here.
Zuniga,
Present.
Harris,
Here.
Parsley, here, Tobias.
Present.
All right, all members are present. We have a quorum. Next up is approval of the minutes.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to consider the approval of the minutes for the city council meeting August the 15th, special meetings there, and also for August the 20th, regular meeting.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Parsley that we approve the minutes. Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is citizen comments period. At this time, we ask anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item to please do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and that you direct those comments to the mayor and council. We also ask that you fill out a citizen comments form and submit that to either myself or the city secretary. I have 2 that have registered to speak. First up is Diane Herbal.
Hi, my name's Diane Herval, and I live at 1528 Amberwood Loop here in Kyle. I wanted to speak on a couple items tonight. The first item is in regards to the budget. I noticed that the $65 million for the Sportsplex was still included in the 5-year CIP. And I was a little confused because I thought that project was on hold. It was previously being proposed as a bond, and so now it's in the CIP. And based on the presentation, I feel like this particular project is cost well above $65 million. And so I just want to make sure that you guys are being honest with the taxpayers. And then previously, I talked about a couple times including fiscal notes with any budgetary items as to how it was it would impact the budget and whether or not it was approved. If it wasn't approved, what was the budget amendment, so on and so forth. You guys are doing a little better. I at least see that it's approved, or but it doesn't say like what line item to go to on the budget, or where to actually see if it was approved or there's a budget amendment. And then lastly, or not lastly, but the other item I wanted to speak to is in regards to the website. Although I was a little frustrated with the website being down, But I was happy to see that public information, or that, I think it was a government transparency page. I was really excited about that. And so, well done, whoever put that up there. Or I know I've spoken about it previously, but I'm glad that you guys have taken an initiative to update the website. And then also, I've spoken many times previously in regards to utilizing one realtor for many of the real estate transactions for the city. I feel we need to bring competitive bids, and we need to use more than one firm. Our realtor should not have a monopoly on the city. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Stephanie McDonald.
Good evening, members of council. First, I'd like to thank you for rescinding the council health care. I think it was an appropriate move on your part, considering citizens vocalized their disapproval of the health care. Next, I'd like to speak on agenda item number 36, the budget. I again would implore all members of council to vote against a 4.5% raise for all city administrators. We're top-heavy with upward management, which have received a 30% raise in 3 years. They're extremely well compensated and could actually go without any raise this year. Between our city manager and 2 assistant city managers, we pay them about $750,000. This is a time of extreme inflation, and many are facing tough decisions at the grocery store when purchasing basics. And adding to that, to cut 11 positions, hardworking, boots-on-the-ground employees running the day-to-day operations. They've been with this city for years, some perhaps soon approaching retirement. Some may be able to put in for new positions being created, but some will be cut loose. If they accept severance pay, they have no recourse to sue the city. I hope some pursue legal advice before deciding. Maybe all employees should seek legal advice now before they're next on the chopping block. Please stop the $500 a month gas stipend for upper management. Comparing these administrators with administrators from similar cities, similar sized cities, ours are being overcompensated. And if you're considering Jesse Alizondo's lean government initiative, consider cutting the fat paychecks a little bit instead of losing valued employees. Also, it appears that City of Kyle employee retention rates are being affected by valued employees leaving due to corrupt politics. As far as the real estate agreement with Cushman Wakefield, item number 26, provision of real estate services, how was Brett Araby selected? Has he worked in any capacity with the City of Kyle? Has he done any work in the Kyle area, such as Plum Creek? Whoever's chosen to provide this real estate services for the city shouldn't have any previous ties to the city. That's the whole point of hiring a national firm. Please work to improve our water supply, seeing that our well will only help for 10 to 20 years. Now's the time to plan for this city to have a stable water source. Also, our roads, not sportsplexes or convention centers and hotels, should be on your minds. Now is not the time to add financial pressures to residents, considering our economic times. We need to keep our city affordable by not raising water and wastewater rates, refuse rates, along with property taxes. Again, I appreciate council members Tobias and Zuniga for being prudent examples of spending the city's money as if it were coming out of their own bank account. We expect accountability and transparency, and we're watching. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Connell.
Thank you, Council, once again. It was wanted, so they found a way. The first transatlantic cable was laid in 1854. It lay at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, some 2,088 miles between the west coast of Ireland and North America's Newfoundland. The first message between the two countries, albeit poor quality, was on August 16, 1858, 166 years ago. The message was a letter of congratulations from Queen Victoria to President James Buchanan. After many failed attempts at laying an enhanced version of cable, today the transatlantic cable, laid at a depth of 13,000 feet, is still used as I speak. They wanted it. They made it happen. Yet today I stand here where many have stood before 15 feet from this podium to Diaz, unable to get our message heard. It appears it's not wanted, so there's no search for a solution. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all the forms and commenters that I have. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak?
Good evening. I would like to request to move up agenda item 36, which is about the budget. There's a lot of people here that would like to at least sit and listen for that, and it looks like there's going to be a long agenda, so we don't know if we can all hang. I do want to touch on the topic of CIPs, which is a capital improvement plan within the city of Kyle. What that is, it's money taken from the general fund, and it's divvied up through capital improvements throughout the city. For anyone listening that doesn't quite understand, when you take general fund money and you place it into areas that already have specialized funding, like a TERS, TERS is a tax increment reinvestment zone where the money, a certain percentage of it, stays within that area. So it already has money laid out for it for a set amount of time. Many of the TERSs in Kyle are 20 to 40 years. So when we take money from the general fund and place it into a TERS, it's a misuse of city funds. The city general fund is used for all of the city and not for any specific areas, unlike the TERS, which was created specifically for that area. So I'm going to ask before you guys move forward to please be conscious when you spend our general tax fund dollars in areas that include a TERS. To be specific, the Sportsplex is within a TERS area. That means the money is going to stay within there regardless for the next, I think this one is 40 years. So I'm going to, once again, ask nicely if maybe we can be a little bit more conscious of the way we spend our general fund money. If you want to spend money on something such as a Sportsplex, maybe you should consider a rec center for the youth here in Kyle. Provide them an opportunity with something to do, as opposed to continuously spending money in the same area, which already sees its own fund. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close citizen comments period. Citizen comments is now closed. Next up is agenda order. Does anybody have any requests to move any of the items around? I am going to request that we move up agenda item 44, which is a staff report on economic development strategic plan. Are there any other items that anybody wishes to move around?
36.
Okay, we'll move 36.
I
Any
have
other
a
items?
question. If we move up 36, how is that going to affect?
37. Do you have to move up any other ones? 37's related.
36, 37, and 38 are all budget items.
And 39.
And 39 is also
How
related
about
to the budget.
14? Will that from consent?
Okay, well, we haven't gotten to consent yet. You can pull that one.
But would that affect if we were to move 36? And there needs to be
Those would come
changes?
after consent, is the way I would do it. So they would come to the top of consider and possible
okay,
action.
sounds good.
Consent would still come first. All right, any other items? All right. Next up is agenda item number 3, a proclamation recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month. Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you. City Council proclamation, whereas each year Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month by celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, Central, and South America. And whereas the observation started in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon Johnson, was expanded by President Ronald Reagan, and in 1988 through the legislative encouragement of Congressmember Esteban Torres, to cover a period at which it is celebrated today, from September 15 to October 15, and now a national and yearly presidential proclamation. Whereas Hispanics and Latinos are a diverse group and receptive to both major parties, they make up 14% of the electorate and have the ability to influence close competitive political races. With increasing population and political influence, there is mounting pressure for added representation, so this Hispanic Heritage Month is a period to evaluate how can we Hispanic community support and uplift one another to face challenges of tomorrow and build leaders in every field from science, technology, engineering, education, military, arts, sports, medicine, politics, etc. so that Hispanic Americans can be ready with skills for the careers of the future. Whereas Hispanics and Latinos are a young ethnic population, we use this month for self-awareness and our strengths, our difference and challenges, to highlight gains in education, to reduce barriers to new Hispanic businesses, and to have a voice in political elections where every issue matters and every bill matters. Whereas the City of Kyle will have a Peace and Progress event celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month on September 22nd for everyone to watch and attend. Parks and Recreations will have a history of Latinos in Kyle pop-up museum. Kyle Library will host a History of Hispanics in Kyle event, and Hays County is hosting a cultural event and parade for Hispanic Heritage Month for everybody to come out and celebrate. These events, in addition to our numerous great and excellent school events that will also hold Hispanic Heritage Month events and performances, dance and music to acknowledge our growing Hispanic and Latino community and increasing the demographic population that is building the strength and connecting our community through shared values and ideas for our residents and community. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the City of Kyle that we recognize September 15 through October 15 as National Hispanic Heritage Month.
All right, thank you very much for that. Does anybody have anything they wish to add?
Just want to thank Councilmember Parsley for bringing this forward. This will be your last Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation. As a Latina, thank you for serving our community. Thank you for being here. And just want to thank everyone that has always, supported us and everything we do when it comes to Hispanic Heritage Month. I mean, we're proud of who we are, where we come from, and the contributions we put into society and to our country. I'm extremely proud of the way we uplift each other. It's important. I mean, subimos juntos. We rise together. Just remember that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, I'd just also like to thank you, Daniela, for bringing that important and significant proclamation for, the community here. It is important to recognize and look at, the contributions made by Hispanic Americans. And as Mayor Pro Tem Robert Rizzo said, we're strong. We make a lot of contributions. Our future is going to be determined by how active we are and whether we step up to participate in those leadership roles. So it's a message of, looking at making that progress. And also, Daniela, I know that you put together the Peace and Progress, and I was really happy to see how much you tried to take it to that next level. And you always did better the year after and the year after that. And so thank you for doing that as well for us.
I appreciate it, and I would hope that all of you can join us because I'm really excited to be hosting this year with Councilmember Rizzo. I think we have pretty good ideas of how the event is going to be for this year.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, next up, we're going to move on to agenda item 4, proclamation recognizing Hunger Action Month. Councilmember Harris.
City of Kyle City Council proclamation. Whereas Hays County Food Bank represents a county-wide effort to provide nutritious food to the food insecure, made possible by the generous contributions of individuals, civic organizations, local government, and businesses. And whereas households with children are more likely to experience food insecurity, and many of these households do not qualify for federal nutrition programs like the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, and visit their local food banks and other food programs for extra support. And whereas in 2023, Hays County Food Bank and its partners served on an average week 3,400 low-income individuals and those facing a food emergency, distributing food to more than 33,000 households in need. And whereas Hays County Food Bank distributed more than 1.3 million pounds of food via its 6 public food distributions and 26 last-mile sites in 2023, as well as provided 1,519 traditional holiday meals for 6,187 individuals. And whereas nearly 25% of all Hays County Food Bank clients in 2023 consisted of Kyle residents, and 204,000 pounds of food were distributed in Kyle in 2023, including church and school food pantries. And whereas a $30 donation can provide 10 meals through the buying power of the food bank, and whereas hunger National Hunger Action Month is a Feeding America effort to raise awareness about the hunger epidemic in the United States and to encourage individuals to take action in some form against hunger. I therefore, Laura Lee Harris, by virtue of the authority vested in me as Council Member, District 4 of the City of Kyle, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2024 as Hunger Action Month 2024. And we have our food bank people
see it.
here.
Thank you so much. I'm Lisa Young. I'm the Executive Director of the Hays County Food Bank. I have with me macaroni and cheese because the color of Hunger Action Awareness is orange. And I have said if I am hit by a car in the parking lot, I want this to be Exhibit A. You didn't see this? Come on. I was in bright orange. And the orangest food we could think of in the non-perishable category was mac and cheese. So we have a county-wide initiative to stack the mac. Anyone can do it. We're always being asked by, can my football team, can my Girl Scouts and everything do a food drive? This is a great opportunity for everyone to have a very easy entry point on being able to participate. You can do it in your office lobby, Cub Scout troop, anything you want. And we're going to see how high the mac stack is by the end of September. It's already taller than me, but it's not taller than our tallest employee right now, and we've only been at it for 2 days. I have been, the past year, just so gratified at the support that we get from the community, both at the city level and at the individual level of people donating both money and food and time. In fact, Robert Rizzo, your mayor pro tem, is a volunteer with us as a member of our board of directors. So that really speaks to me about the commitment that we get from city government across the county and county government as well. One thing everyone is asking is, yes, we are moving. We're very excited about it. We've worked really hard for many more years than I've been at the food bank to make this happen. But we do want everyone who uses the food bank to know, and it's quite a few families here in Kyle, that for this year, 2024, no change in operations. They should just keep going to where they usually go to get food, and we'll be there, like we always are, handing out the food. We ask you, though, for Hunger Action Month to donate if you're able, to volunteer if you can, and to advocate. And the best way to advocate is to go to feedingamerica.org. And there's lots of very easy-to-use tools there to communicate with your federal representatives to back up a strong farm bill. And whatever farm bill is voted on in the next short period of time is going to be the one we're stuck with for 5 years. And the things that live in the farm bill are the emergency food that we get at the food bank, free and reduced lunches for children in school, and SNAP benefits for people getting grocery assistance. So it's a really important one. It's one that you can find really easy on that website to find your representative and let them know that you want a strong farm bill for the people in your community. And as far as the macaroni and cheese, I love it because I think it's a great entry point for children to teach them about philanthropy. Anyone can take their kid to the store, tell them that we're going to buy some macaroni and cheese, and have a family conversation about why. Because as a community, ultimately, we're all going to be judged by how we took care of our vulnerable neighbors and how we responded to our citizens' need. So that's a conversation that can start at home with your littlest kids, stacking the macaroni and cheese, and it'll be a lot of fun. So join me, wear your orange, and stack the mac. Thanks.
Stack the mac. Thank you, Lisa. All right, does anybody else have anything they'd like to add to that?
I just want to say thank you for your work and your service. I know how involved the food bank is here in our city, throughout the county, and I've seen bigger and bigger lines. So there really is a need out there for families who have some food insecurity, and no one should be ashamed to have to go and ask for help, food assistance. So it is a good sign to see that we are helping each other when we support the food bank. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Could we do a picture with the food bank people?
Absolutely. Would y'all like to come up for a
This is
photo?
Lisa, her husband, and her 2 sons.
Thank you, guys.
It's a family affair.
We travel from city council. We were at Buda earlier.
You want to go down?
Y'all are gonna all have to squeeze in like you really like each other, maybe even form layers. All right, let me see if I got everyone in frame. All right, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. All right. John. Oh, I can have it.
Robert, you split it between you and
Are y'all gonna get it on the line? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, it's just one-on-one for the food.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Okay, next up is agenda item number 5, a proclamation recognizing CAPCOG Preparedness Month. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, all right. City of Kyle, City of Council proclamation. Whereas the Capital Area Council of Governments, CAPCOG, is a political subdivision of the state serving Bastrop, Blanco, Burnett, Caldwell, Fayette, Hayes, Lee, Llano, Travis, and Williamson counties. And whereas the state of Texas historically leads the nation in a number of federal declared disasters, be the natural hazards, technological and human caused, and National Preparedness Month is an opportunity for CAPCOG to inform and educate residents, businesses, schools, and communities in the region to be more prepared by developing the capabilities needed to prevent, protect against, respond to, recover from, and mitigate against all threats and hazards. And preparedness is the responsibility of every resident of the 10-county CAPCOG region. And preparedness is a national priority with the goal of shared individuals and community safety and resilience and personal business. Animal and private sector preparedness may serve to mitigate the impacts of various emergencies, incidents, and disasters in the CAPCOG region. And whereas the CAPCOG Executive Committee encourages all residents to participate in preparedness activities and are asked to review preparedness information and ReadyGov and to sign up to receive emergency alerts via warncentraltexas.org to become more knowledgeable and prepared. Therefore, be it proclaimed that on behalf of the members of the CAPCOG, the Executive Committee of the Capital Area Council of Governments hereby declares the month of September 2024 as CAPCOG Preparedness Month and encourages all residents, businesses, schools, and communities to develop emergency preparedness and resiliency plans and to register at the warncentraltexas.org to receive emergency alerts. Signed and entered on this third day of September 2024. Just want to finish off with, one of the things that we've done as a city to prepare for emergency was our Public Safety Center, putting the emergency management facility in there to be able to monitor and come together as a group, as a city, as a county, and all the vested interests together in one facility. If the emergency arises, just like we saw during the snowpocalypse, when we had our winter storm that shut us down for 2 weeks, one of the things we recognized right away is that there was no plans for anything. We had never experienced anything like that. We didn't have our critical infrastructure mapped out with PEC. We didn't have our pipes insulated for such an incident. Be it granted that we had never gone through that before, we as a city did the best we could without an emergency plan for such a disaster coming forward. So for the city council to take it seriously and to start, to hire the position of emergency management coordinator was one of the top priorities, to make the facility that we could operate from with backup generators and everything else that goes along, coincide with that, shows our resiliency as a city to learn and to continue to move forward. But emergencies don't just happen, in the wintertime. They happen all the time. We saw it with the pandemic. Whether you believe it was real or not, it still happened. People were out of work. People were without food. The storm was one. We've had flooding. We see incidents all the time here in our community. So having a preparedness plan, making sure that as individuals we have a plan as well is important at your house. Make sure you have your fire extinguishers. Make sure you have an escape route if needed. I mean, there's a lot of things we can do to make sure that we keep our residents safe, and we can do those as individuals as well. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
And thank you. Does anybody have anything they want to add? And thank you for your service on that board as well. Very appreciated. All right, next up is agenda item number 6, receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff direction regarding the intersection at Dacy Lane and Bunton Creek Road and the results of the traffic simulations performed at related intersections. Mr. Canalipo.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Joe Cantalupo. I work for K. Friesen Associates, and we are the folks that are helping you manage your bond program. So I'm going to start with this past spring, Council asked staff to investigate traffic patterns at Philomena and Bunton Creek Road and Bunton Creek Road and Dacy Lane, and look at traffic conditions under signalized circumstance and under roundabout condition, and take into account what was going on in nearby intersections. And this graphic, this map, shows you the study area. The green road, those are roads that exist. Red roads are the ones that are planned with the nearby bond project. The stars are the intersections where there are roundabouts. But the two intersections of emphasis and what we're reporting on tonight are the two yellow stars. The one to the left is Philomena, and the one to the right is Dacy, both at Bunton Creek. And so the analysis was done by Cobb Fenley. They are working, doing some traffic work in the area, and they're also designing the Kyle Parkway Lehman Road extension. And they used the software that's called VISM, and please don't ask me to tell you what it stands for because I can't pronounce half the words. When they use the model, they calibrate it to reflect existing conditions. And so one of the things they do is they look at the traffic volumes and they get them, they normalize them is the phrase, and they get them to reflect existing conditions. And they take volumes from different places, what's available. That's like a way to save time and money. And they just standardize them or normalize them using TxDOT conversion factors. That's standard practice. They also went out and did travel time runs. So someone went out in the car during morning and afternoon peak periods, and they just measured travel times. And they used those two techniques, those two things together to get the model to reflect current conditions. And that's the way you know that the model is better, will be all set to predict future conditions. They also use the model to create 3D simulations of the intersections. And what they looked at was the 2024 existing conditions, 2028 conditions, like opening conditions 4 years out, for AM and PM roundabouts and signals, and 10 years after that, 2038. And so what I'm going to show you now are a few very quick simulations. And please keep in mind when you look at them is that the simulations don't dictate, right, the results. The results of all the calculations that we don't see that the engineers do in the background are what creates the simulations. So the first, and they're about 30 seconds each, is for the signalized intersections 2028 in the morning.
I was about to say, that was really, oh my goodness.
And again, as you're watching this, this is just to give you a sense of what it would look like. It's you know, it's a graphic representation of all the calculations and all the math that went into this. And that is the signalized, those two intersections signalized at 2028. And here comes the roundabout. And remember, the roundabout's only at Dacy, and Philomena is signalized. And you see the backups in either case aren't really, there's some backup at Philomena a little bit, but it's not, you could judge by the graphics, not that bad. And now we go to 2038, and this is the signalized, I'm sorry, 2038, the signalized in the morning. And you can see that the backups at Philomena get a little bit more significant. And again, at Dacy, they get a little bit more significant. And these are very, very low levels of service, and they border on failing. And here's the roundabout, 2038 in the morning. And this is, again, only the roundabout at Bunton Creek and Dacy. And you can see the backups at Philomena getting significant. And you can also see on Dacy Lane at the roundabout, right, the backups. So what it all boils down to is the fact that no matter what you do, right, a signalized intersection at Dacy and Bunton or a roundabout at Dacy and Bunton, the performance of Philomena intersection's just going to be poor. It really is not greatly affected by what happens in surrounding intersections, and it really is just sheer volume and timing. Traffic backs up into the Dacy-Bunton Creek intersection, whether it's signalized or roundabout. So the question, right, that I'll answer before maybe someone asks it is then why do you move on with roundabouts? There's a couple reasons. One is a roundabout allows vehicles to turn north, right? You can get to Kyle Parkway, you can get further north from there. So there's an escape route that the roundabout offers that a signalized intersection doesn't. So while you're still having trouble going west, you have other ways of getting through the area. The other reason is there are lower average delays, right? That means the time you spent waiting for something to happen for you to proceed, to continue to travel, is much less for a roundabout than it is for a signal. And that's actually a good thing. And then there are lower speeds through the intersections at roundabouts. And one of the things I think you all know is that roundabouts have lots of safety benefits, right? And one of them is that they force you to slow down, right? They offer continuous movement. But that lower average speed through a roundabout is not only good for the cars, it's good for, the avoidance of crashes, but it's also good for other users, like pedestrians crossing the intersection and bicyclists crossing the intersections. So while, Philomena is always, under either a signalized or roundabout situation in the area, is going to do poorly. And while a roundabout in 2038 starts to weaken a little bit, and maybe even at times might even be close to failure, roundabout is a much, much better choice because of those other benefits. Lower average speeds, less delay, and it offers the escape route for people to go north, right? And here's just what those things look like. The gray lines are existing conditions, the green lines are for the roundabouts, and the blue lines are for signalized. Average delay, you can see the 2028, the figures we have here for 2028. You can see the graphic difference between a signalized intersection and roundabout. Roundabout offers much less average delay, and that's seconds per vehicle. A difference of 15, 20 seconds doesn't seem like a lot, but when you add it, when you're sitting, waiting, or when you add it up by how many cars go through an intersection, it's significant. And then you'll see the average speed. You see that for the AM, the difference in average speed is not that great, and it doesn't get more significant until the PM. But again, these all point toward the roundabout continuing to be, a good choice in that area. And then, finally, just a couple of points, reiterating a few. Roundabouts are safer overall because they eliminate those conflicting vehicle paths, and they have slower speeds. Not only translates for the vehicles going through the intersection, but also non-vehicular users such as pedestrians and bicyclists. Roundabouts showed less delay than signals, and this always comes up, so we thought we'd answer this question too. They are more expensive to install, but they also require less maintenance, and again, I'd like to throw on top of that, they're also a much safer and just generally a more efficient choice. And so really, again, when you go back to looking at Philomena and Dacy Lane at Bunton Creek, if the question was, and I think this is what we set out to answer, does roundabout make sense at Dacy? The answer is yes. Does it have a huge impact on Philomena? The answer is no. It's actually the other way around. Philomena would, has a bigger impact on the system, I think, than the other way around. And so I hope that answers the questions that Council was looking for. I'd be happy to try and answer any additional questions you have.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Cantalupo? Councilmember Hauser.
Yeah, Joe, remind me, why did we not initially talk about roundabout at Philomena and Dacy, or Philomena in
Bunton?
Yeah.
Councilmember, I don't know. Actually, those are outside of, the bond program, and I wasn't part of those discussions. The reason we took it on is because we had information with the other projects, which we thought would have, were very important to be able to look at those two intersections. I'm sorry that I can't answer that.
So just to that point that you were bringing, I remember when we were about to make the vote for this roundabout, we were considering the flow, and Councilmember Tobias brought up the fact that, if we really wanted to see the flow of the traffic, Philomena was going to stop us. And I drive Philomena every day. You will have to reconstruct the entire road because there's sections that only have one way in and one way back. So I think with a roundabout will be phenomenal, but I don't know that we can do that at this point.
Councilmember Zuniga.
No, I just want to say thank you, Joe, for seeing more of this data in a visual format with the modeling. You picked, though, the morning times. Did you do any evening or
I'm sorry.
after work hours?
So there was the morning peak and there was the PM peak. We showed the morning. We focused on that because that is where you have the most problems, and we wanted to sort of put an exclamation point, also trying to be wary of the fact that you guys have a lot to do.
Yeah, I'm also in agreement that I think the north is more, it's opened up more through the roundabouts where you've got a way to get off. And so it would help to have them in sync with each other at Philomena and Bunton.
From a layperson's term, right?
That's what you're that's what you're recommending, right? That there's two there?
No. What we're saying is that the roundabout at Dacy Lane and Bunton, right, it's preferred over a signal at that same location because it does offer people an easier way to get out of the congestion that's going west.
But the signalized that you're showing, it's going to have to stay signalized?
At Philomena, Well, that was
Yeah,
that was
it
the
was-
assumption, but I
No,
think.
it wasn't in the scope, is
It
what
wasn't
you're
in the
saying.
scope.
Right. The biggest, well, because I don't know that there was a direction to actually look at that, but again, I wasn't part of that decision. But I think the best way to look at this, I think the question was, do the roundabouts in the system affect Philomena? And I think it's really the other way. Philomena
Right.
expects the roundabouts.
So the history on it, as best as I know, is that in 2013, it was originally Goforth Road, and so part of what we did was renamed it to Philomena, which is patron saint for the hospital or something along those lines. But when that original road bond program was produced, there wasn't really even funding for the right-of-way expansion and some of that, and so every road project was already over budget. But we did get some extra money to do what's the Philomena extension. So that's one of the newest roads is Philomena. It's causing part of the problem, I think, but it's Philomena going through to the hospital creates that direct route. So that road got added. And so it just, I think maybe initially when they went out for the money, they weren't necessarily expecting for that extra traffic coming directly down that hill from Seton. So it just wasn't in the budget at all, and we were over budget. So it just wasn't a discussion for that particular intersection.
Yeah, the question, Mayor, right, is not, I don't think it's whether you change the other intersections, it's whether you can one day figure out what to do with Philomena.
Right.
Yeah.
Any other discussion?
Yeah. Yes, Mayor, thank you. This is in my district, and it's been brought up in conversation through many years of the traffic there. You're right, Councilman Zuniga, when you try to drive there, like right at school time and in the morning, it just backs up either way. It's good to kind of see the simulation, so that way the residents can kind of see the difference of what the roundabouts versus the streetlights are. I'm still an advocate for the streetlights because it has crosswalks, especially for pedestrians. And though I was in disagreement that we voted for a roundabout literally right by a high school, I'm still knowing that we're going to continuously have these issues because of the growth in our area, especially on the east side. So it's just trying to find that median. And on your point about roundabouts being more expensive versus the cost of the signal lights, I know at one time we were quoting some of these roundabouts almost to the close of $5 million apiece. If I'm not mistaken, that includes the land and the layout and so forth. And if I'm not mistaken on some of the crosswalks and the streetlights, we're looking possibly under $700,000 for each one of those. So I'm also looking at also the cost effectiveness of should we go with this route for the ease of the traffic, but I'm always an advocate for the traffic control versus the flow because it does slow people down when you do have streetlights. You do have crosswalks for pedestrians to walk through, and you can, again, I'm not an engineer, but it just, me as a resident, I know when we have those streetlights there, it does control traffic and the speed versus the constant flow in that area. But again, thank you for bringing this forward so that way we can continue to have these discussions. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Joe, I understand that we design crosswalks into the roundabout intersections.
Yes, ma'am.
And there are some very safe and very pedestrian-friendly models to do that.
Yes, all the roundabouts will have pedestrian crossings, and they also will have rapid flashing beacons to, warn motorists that, pedestrians entering it. They also have refuges, so if you're not as quick as maybe other folks, you can just, sort of wait in that island. But remember, right, that they're taken as a system. The way the entry points to roundabouts are designed, it naturally slows people down. And those pedestrian crossings, are designed to look like pedestrian crossings, and they have the light just to bring extra attention to the driver's, to the driver that a pedestrian is entering the crosswalk.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Joe, just making sure that we're looking at the pedestrian crossings, that we do the raised pedestrian crossings, because that slows people down. That allows the residents to walk by safely. It's something that I've witnessed. Making sure that we're lighting these areas as well. One of the things I want to just advocate for is that we all get the emails. I mean, every council member here gets emails about the backups at all our lights. I mean, people are emailing us weekly now on the backups on the lights, and that's why I guess we as a council started looking at roundabouts, because it keeps traffic flowing. Burleson is a great example of traffic flow. I mean, the only thing that slows traffic down now is the trains, and but other than that intersection has an increase of traffic, but it still flows greatly. But the other thing is a safety issue. I mean, two of our most deadly, I'm going to say deadly, intersections in Kyle are signalized. We've had fatalities there. You don't have fatalities at roundabouts. They drop tremendously. It's something to keep in mind as we're looking at safety. If that's what our goal is, about safety and keeping our residents and the traffic flowing, then roundabouts is the best way to go about that. But signalized, intersections are dangerous. I mean, I'm teaching my young daughter how to drive right now, and one of the things I tell her when I see the green light, what does green mean? And she says, go. I said, no, look out for yellow. That's what that means, because somebody's going to run that yellow light and T-bone you. I said, always look out to your left, because somebody's going to run that light. And that's something I'm teaching my kids, because those intersections are dangerous. So making sure that we are building for the traffic flow is important, but also the intersections, making sure that when we have pedestrian crosswalks, that we've got the raised crosswalks that'll keep our kids and our residents safe walking across, and just making sure that they're built to the right standard, to the right size. We're not underbuilding them. I mean, we saw the same thing happen over near Lehman High School. The roundabout over there is way undersized, and it's been a nightmare. We've gone back and done some modifications to it, but, making sure we're building to the right standard.
Okay, anyone else? All right, thank you, Joe. Appreciate it very much.
Very welcome, thank you.
All right, next up is agenda item 44, receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff direction regarding the Economic Development Strategic Plan. Ms. Vargas.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Victoria Vargas, Director of Economic Development, for the record. Let me just wait for them to pull up my presentation. I don't have any jokes like Pervez. I wish I did. Mine are not clean jokes.
No Aggie jokes, please. It was a tough weekend, all right?
You said it was a tough weekend?
It was a tough weekend. Yeah.
It was good.
Our quarterback had happy feet. It happens.
Okay, there it is. Okay, I just can't see it on this screen in front of me, Marco, but I can go off of this screen so we can keep moving. So this is our Economic Development Strategic Plan that I'd like to present to council and get feedback. This plan for our department ties into the city's strategic plan that Jesse presented back in May. And it is on the agenda as well for consideration. And so under this the strategic plan is a thriving and prosperous economy. So that's where my strategic plan falls in place. So I'll just start by giving you some background on some projects that we had approved recently for this past fiscal year. You're all very familiar with them, but I just want to remind you of some good wins that we had this year. The Lake Park District approval of that project. And then we had the brick and mortar district, which includes the Sprouts, the additional retail, and Kyle Park District, which is the New Quest project that will bring additional retail and amenities to the city. And then, of course, for the downtown area, we have Hayes County Barbecue, as well as Project Two-Step on the east side of downtown. So those are two really good projects. So I want to start by giving you a background on our demographics before I get into the meat of the economic development plan. For those of you that, this is just background on the population profile of Kyle. Our current population estimate is about 65,000, and we anticipate a future increase of 4%. And that's just being very conservative because, as you can see from the bar graph, this is where, I'm sorry, Marco, is there any way to put it in front of me, this screen? It's very hard for me to read that far away, but if not, it's okay. But as you can see from the population, the ones on the far left are the highest populations of our benchmark cities, and then we're towards the end of population, but the line graph, the little squiggly line, is actually our percentage of increase. So you can see that we are second only to Georgetown. So we're at about 9% increase year over year. So saying 4% is being a little bit conservative, but we want to be somewhat conservative. The population projection for 2030 is about 82,000, and by 2040 we estimate to be at 108,000. Our average age is a very young demographic. 33 is our average age of our residents. The median household income is 75,000, and the median household income is 75, and the average is 93. So you can see that compared to our benchmark cities, we're a little bit on the lower end, but for median income. But part of the strategic plan is to address that and hopefully move the needle and move us down the list for higher median income. Educational attainment, 64% of our working age residents have some degree of college or higher. And our school district also are great partners in helping with the educational attainment profile. The school district's CTE program, which stands for Career and Technical Education, they are increasing the number of graduates that have industry-based certifications. So you can see over the past several years, they started at 400 students that had industry-based certifications at graduation, and then now they've doubled that in 2024. And they just added a new pharmacy technician program for this year. And if you have any questions in the middle of my presentation, please feel free to stop and ask questions. Here's the employment analysis. This is the fun part that I really enjoyed diving into, and I do want to thank our GIS team for helping me with some of this employment talent leakage information. So 72% of our working age residents leave Kyle every morning to go to work in a different city outside of Kyle. The good news, though, is that when we did a strategic plan back in 2016, it was 80%. So we are improving and expanding our business employment centers and employment opportunity for residents in Kyle. The map shows that our talent outflow, which means people that are leaving, and this is working age residents, it's about 20,000 that are heading to other, that's great, thank you. It's 20,000 are heading outside of Kyle, and I'll show you an analysis in a moment of where that is. Residents remaining in the city are about 1,000, and then we get about 5,700 people that come into Kyle for employment, and I'll show you a little bit more on that analysis in a second. Okay, so here's what it looks like. As I mentioned, the 72% that leave, most of them are going to Austin. About 45% are commuting to Austin each day. And then the next amount go to San Marcos, some remain in Kyle, San Antonio, Buda, Round Rock, New Braunfels. When you look at our benchmark cities, they have very similar commuting patterns. The majority of those that are from Round Rock, Pflugerville, Buda, Hutto, most of their residents go to Austin to work, so it's very similar to Kyle. Here are two of our benchmark cities, though, that we would like to be a little bit more in line with. These two benchmark cities retain more of their residents within their city limits. Round Rock, as you can see, has a higher percentage of, most of them still go to Austin, but there's a higher percentage that remain in Round Rock. And then our neighbors to the south, San Marcos actually retains more of their employees within their city limits, and then the rest go to Austin, and some even come to Kyle to work. So our goal with this strategic plan is to get to the level where Round Rock retains a good majority of their employees, and then on to San Marcos. This is an analysis of the outflow of primary jobs by type. So of those 20,000 residents that I mentioned that leave Kyle each day to go to work, this is where the industries that they are going to work at. And primarily it's in higher education. That's 14% of our residents. They either go to Texas State, UT, ACC, outside of Kyle, or St. Edward's University. The next highest is warehousing, which could be in Buda, South Austin, or San Marcos. So as you can see, our goal is to diversify the job industries so that we can keep more of those residents here in Kyle. The inflow and outflow of median income. So this shows the residents that are of the 5,700 residents that come from outside, from other communities that are coming to Kyle. They primarily make about $48,000 as their median income. And the ones that remain in Kyle, about $81,000, and the ones that leave about $82,000. So the ones that stay and the ones that leave, you can see that the salaries are very similar, the median income. So salary isn't the only factor of what has people leaving Kyle. It's also the type of industry that they work in, as well as other, the availability of benefits and other things that would cause them to leave Kyle. It's not just salary. The inflow, so these are the employees that come from outside of Kyle to work here. Primarily, their average wages are about $52,000, and primarily they are coming to work in the retail industry at the corner of, or the intersection of 1626 and I-35. So that's the H-E-B area, Target, Walmart, and even some of them are at the hospital. Most of our inflow is from San Marcos, Buda, and South Austin. Here's a snapshot of our major employers. So we do have the school district as more than half of our, makes up more than half of our major employers, but we have to consider that the school district, this is their home base. So a lot of those other employees are from other communities such as Buda, San Marcos, Niederwald, Uland. When you remove the school district, then our next highest employer is in the medical industry, which is Ascension Seton Hayes. They have over 750 employees. And then Amazon, the warehousing and logistics is the next highest. So that's Amazon at over 700 employees. And the Kyle Logistics Park, which is where the Tesla is located, they're at over 700 as well. So a fun fact is that 40% of City of Kyle employees are actually residents of Kyle. So I'm happy to see that we are also providing employment to our community. The sales tax, these are our top sales tax payers to the city. So I won't go down the list, but you can see them. The sales tax revenue per capita, you can see Kyle is a little bit on the lower end, but I anticipate when other projects come online, such as the two-step project and the Kyle Park project, where the New Quest will develop all that retail, you will see this increase, and hopefully we will move a little further down on the list of higher sales tax. So key conclusions is that most Kyle residents commute to other cities for work that pay higher wages than we do. Of the commuters that come into Kyle, they primarily work in retail service industries. Kyle's median wages are lower than our peer cities, as you can see from the graph to your right. And the goal of this economic development strategic plan is to address some of these issues. So I will go through 5 key initiatives and then what the action plan is for each one of those for the next fiscal year. And please feel free to stop me in between any of the initiatives, and I'm happy to answer questions or take feedback. So the first one would be to strategically develop the community into the leading destination for preferred employers by aligning economic development efforts with the following target sectors. And this comes from the analysis of the outflow of where our residents are going to work. So medical, healthcare, higher education, business and professional services, warehousing and manufacturing, and family, entertainment, and recreation also remains high on the list, and that was also on the list in our previous strategic plan. So I still have some work to do on that end. For the 2025 action plan, I want to design and customize incentive packages tailored to the needs of targeted sectors to attract companies with higher wage jobs, identify and support the expansion of business parks and employment centers to meet the future needs of our community's business ecosystem. So of the business parks that we have in Kyle, all of them are full. So we're looking to recruit and look for additional locations where these business parks can establish. The second key initiative is to cultivate an environment that fosters innovation and provides support, bless you, to encourage the growth and development of small businesses throughout the city. So a couple of months ago, I presented the Small Business Kickstart program, so we want to continue to implement the programs outlined in that program. I'd like to evaluate existing incentives to ensure proper utilization and alignment with economic development goals, and support downtown redevelopment efforts to create a vibrant area for small businesses to flourish. The third initiative is to guide regional collaboration efforts with workforce development partners to ensure the sustained growth of a highly skilled workforce within the city. The action plan is to recruit companies within the target industries to reduce the outflow of local talent, identify local companies to host student internships and teacher externship programs, facilitate connections between local companies and qualified candidates to fill job vacancies, and collaborate with the local school district, colleges, and healthcare providers to expand the pipeline of qualified talent as well as job opportunities. The fourth initiative is to lead efforts to position Kyle as a top destination for family recreation and entertainment by enhancing facilities, increasing event offerings, beautifying the community, and actively promoting tourism. The action plans include identify and attract diverse family entertainment options that foster an engaging community for residents and for visitors, which ties into the tourism. Develop a strategy for hotel occupancy tax and explore the possibility of a venue tax to support a destination project. And launch a citywide branding initiative to unify all aspects of the city, including tourism, gateway signage, and landscaping. And the last one is to implement effective strategies and resource management practices that ensure long-term fiscal sustainability while diversifying the tax base for economic resilience. And the action plans include leveraging city-owned property to attract investment in key areas of the city, and execute the plans for each tourist district to improve mobility, generate employment, and enhance amenities for residents and visitors. And that is all. So I'm open to feedback on any of the 5 initiatives. I can go back to them if you'd like to look at them.
Does anybody have any comments or questions for Victoria? I thought that was pretty revelatory, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was a great presentation. Just, you know, I know that when we're attracting businesses, one of the things we've stayed away from is really high-end water users. So it's something that I want us to continue being aware of, just being careful with that. But honestly, this was a great presentation. Thank you. Put a lot of thought behind it.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I would just like to say, when I was doing some research on how do you invest in the city and, you know, create the jobs, you have to have a very vibrant downtown. Like, that seems like to encourage the entrepreneurs to have they want to have that fun and interesting art and culture and people that are interesting, and then they create the jobs. So we've got to find a way to, you know, attract that entrepreneurship here in Kyle.
I agree.
Mhm.
Yeah. And we're in a
Yeah, my
really good
thought-
position in in our downtown right now, and we will also be I'll be working with our planning department on looking at a plan for downtown.
What struck me was the Leander, Georgetown, and Kyle comparisons, because if you draw a line from downtown Kyle in terms of commuting distance, they're all three about the same, which will tell you what's driving the growth. And clearly, the data says that it's affordability and it's downtown Austin and employment there. And so it's one of those things where the more affordable we make Kyle, the more people want to come to Kyle, very clearly. So it's just, it's very tricky, those initiatives. But I did think going from 80% workforce commute to 72, that's a 10% reduction, down. That's not nothing. That's something that I've wanted to see happen, and I don't know, I don't know what the explanation might be for why that happened. I think telecommuting probably played a role. The pandemic, I think all of a sudden we had a ton more people staying here, and maybe there's some residual from that. Did you do any research on the telecommuting aspect?
I did not on telecommuting, but I think a lot of it has to do with the logistics parks that we have that, Amazon and Tesla move in here. I think those made such an impact, and they're large employers that I think helped move the needle.
Well, the category that makes me, where I want to be and where I hope a lot of residents want to be is in that, not the ones commuting in necessarily for the retail jobs, or the ones commuting out, because if you take 82,000 average household or median wage or household wage commuting out versus 81,000 or 82,000 who get to actually the 950 people that stay here and work here, that is the ideal center, because you have the median, you have the wages, but you also don't have the commute. So you put those next to each other, and they're not the same. One is significantly better than the other.
Right.
It's just the number's 950. So I'm wondering how do we create more, jobs in that $80,000-$85,000 range that keep people here to the point of them wanting to actually move and live here. I think that's the highest quality of life that you could hope for. So I think the initiatives are great, personally. Does anybody have any feedback with regards to the specific initiatives, or any amendments or changes that you'd like to make to that? All right, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to proceed with the key initiatives and goals as presented and adopt with the city's overall strategic plan.
Second.
All right, motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Laura Lee Harris. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Third time was the charm. All right, next up, we have our consent agenda. I know there's probably several folks that want to pull different items off, so we'll start this way. Councilor Heiser?
14 and 21.
All right.
No.
Does anybody have other items to pull? Tobias?
Just 16 on comment.
Anybody else?
Anybody else?
13. Now I have a quick question about 10 and 18. And I need to pull 21,
All right, 21's pulled already.
27.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda items 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 15, 17, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26.
All right, I don't think we pulled 10, did we?
Yes, I did.
We did pull 10?
Well, I said I had a question.
You had a question.
Yeah, so I pulled it.
All right.
Yeah.
Or what was the other one you pulled then? You said you had another question on?
So the ones that were pulled were 10, 13, 14, 16, 18,
that was it.
21, and 27.
All right, motion by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Parsley, that we approve the consent agenda items. I'm going to repeat it just to be clear. 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 15, 17, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is agenda item 10. Consider approval of a contract with McGrath Rent Corp. DBA Mobile Modular Management Corporation for the purchase of modular office space in the amount of $211,008 via the buy board. This is Rosie's item. Councilmember Zuniga said you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick question. I'm really glad to see that we're looking for more space, even if it's modular. Will it be permanently placed there at the treatment plant? and what happened with the old trailer that used to sit out there.
Tim Sanford, Assistant Director for Water Utilities. So to answer your question, the trailer that's existing today, I believe the timeline to get that removed is February of 25, if I'm not mistaken. But that will be removed. For the office space that we're creating on that site, it'll be deeper into the property. That is an interim fix for our office needs. And I say interim, that could be 5, 6, 7 years. We just don't know just yet. So we are in the budget proposing funding to find a location for our utilities office that will house facilities, public works, Kyle Water Utilities and such to accommodate all office spaces that we need.
Sure. Yeah, I think it's a great solution, temporary solution, so thank you. And I had a question about 18.
You want a motion on 10?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 10.
All right, motion by Councilmember Zuniga, seconded by Councilmember Tobias, that we approve agenda item 10. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item 13, consider approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 17, Section 17-24, methods of reducing flood losses and nuisance conditions of the City of Kyle Code of Ordinances related to stream buffer requirements. This item is presented by Mr. Barba. Mr. Zuniga pulled it. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we need to go through the presentation, but I'm not comfortable with removing this, leaving. I think I would prefer for conservation and to keep our waterways clean, not to build closer to the floodplain of what we're proposing here. So from what I'm reading, we're going to make it a little easier to develop closer to the buffer zones of the things that are in the floodplain, right? Coming up with the center and coming off the center. And so you had a map of like where we'd be able to get a few more developments in. But I'm just very protective of the environment here and trying to be conservative to, not pollute any more than we need to and protect our green ecosystems. So is there a reason why we need to modify this buffer zone?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leon Barba, City Engineer. Councilmember Zuniga, when we developed this criteria for the floodplains, we used a one-size-fits-all, which was 100 feet from center of the creek on both sides. And the main reasons were we wanted to maintain the capacity through that channel. The other reason, we were looking at water quality also. But what we discovered as we looked at other cities and we've gotten requests from the various developers, one size does not fit all in this particular case. For example, different basins have different capacities, different sizes. Some are small, some are large. So where you have a big floodplain area, yes, we want to keep it at 100 feet from the center line of that creek. When you get into these smaller basins, 100 feet is quite a substantial number. What I'm showing you here is an example of Elliott Branch. This is Elliott Branch. The black line is where the 100-foot buffer is, and the green is going to be the proposed buffer. And as you can see in the kind of a pinkish color, that's a developable property.
Right.
So we don't want it, and the big deal is that if you go back to this slide over here, go back to the previous slide, one more. That's the big difference. As you can see, when you have a very shallow creek or area that's draining, that floodplain area gets pretty wide. When you get into a narrower, deeper channel, you don't need that width for your 100-year floodplain. I'm hoping that I explained that better to you.
Yeah, I can, conceptually, I understand that. Deeper, don't have to be as wide.
Exactly. And so we did visit other cities. We looked at their ordinances, and based on what they've done, and we wanted to kind of mirror what they had done also. That was the reason we brought this back to council for your review and approval.
How many requests do we get from developers to say, I want to be closer to the basin, so let me apply for a permit here?
They can build in the 100-year floodplain. And when they encroach into the 100-year floodplain, if you'll look at the next picture to the right, they can build in the floodplain, and they can encroach into that, but you have to bear in mind, we need to keep that floodway, be able to handle that 100-year event that we're going to have coming down through that creek.
So is this going to make it easier to get around the Atlas 14?
No, sir. They have to comply with Atlas 14.
Well, I'm just thinking about all the wildlife that depends on the waterways. So although it may not be valuable per se, because it's a deep basin, but I think, you know, the ecosystem probably should be
Understand.
maintained.
I understand.
So I'm going to vote no to this. I don't know what y'all want.
Does anybody have any additional thoughts? Motions?
So I'd like to make a motion to not approve agenda item 13.
All right, motion by Councilmember Zuniga that we deny agenda item 13. Is there a second? All right, motion fails for lack of a second. I'll motion to approve. All right, motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Parsley that we approve agenda item 13. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All right, motion carries 6-1. Next up, agenda item 14, consider approval of an agreement with Hayes Caldwell Women's Center in the amount of $15,000 for services. Actually, Bear, do you mind if we switch, just because we've got KView here, and do 16 first and then go back to 14? Because they're here for 16.
Sure.
Is that okay with y'all?
Yeah.
All right, agenda item 16, consider approval of a contract with Flock Group, Inc. for 20 automated license plate readers and 12 live view cameras in the amount of $124,600 via sole source exemption. Councilmember Tobias requested. You just want to go through the presentation?
We can, if you like. If we can go through it, that way the residents can know. And the reason why I'm bringing this forward is I've been getting a lot of social media chatter and about this, and there's the positives and also the residents that are not familiar with this system and how it works and so forth. So if you wouldn't mind, just briefly tell us what you why we wanted to bring this forward.
Yes, sir. Jeff Barnett, Chief of Police, for the record. Thank you for the opportunity, and hopefully we can address those concerns here tonight with a good overview of the product and then how we use it and how we have policies and procedures in place to control our use of the equipment. So what you have before you tonight is an opportunity to execute an agreement with Flock Camera System. They fund license plate, or they provide license plate reader cameras. They provide some live view cameras. In one of your agenda items tonight that you've already approved was the opportunity to accept a grant on behalf of the Motor Vehicle Theft Prevention Authority. They offered grants this year to law enforcement agencies to help curb vehicle theft, license plate theft, and catalytic converter theft. As we all know, that's been a problem across the state of Texas. So they put some money together and offered it to law enforcement agencies to help find ways to help combat those types of theft and the use of stolen vehicles and stolen license plates. We applied for the grant in the amount of $131,000 and change, and it has a 20% cash match. When we acquired our first grant, or our first quotes for the equipment, that was the amount of the equipment. When we got closer to this particular agenda, their pricing had reduced a little bit, so you see $124,600 to purchase the equipment. That will get us 20 automated license plate readers, 12 live view cameras. We currently have 15 of these automated license plate reader cameras in use. Many of them were finally implemented during the summer. We started this program about 12 months ago, but as you can imagine, it takes a while to both acquire the equipment, acquire the right permits and permissions in the right-of-way, and then the actual installation of that equipment. From that installation of that equipment, which allows police officers to receive what we call hits, but data notifications of the entrance of stolen vehicles, stolen license plates, cars that are related to serious felony crimes, and vehicles that are attached to missing persons, whether that be a missing child associated with an Amber Alert, a Silver Alert, or other notification where somebody's in danger and they've asked law enforcement agencies across the country to look for those vehicles. These cameras do just that. They look for those license plates and they send a notification to the on-duty officers and the dispatch center so that we can dispatch resources to go out and find those particular vehicles and give it the proper investigation and make determinations. Primarily, it's helped our community. I think we've had a little over 100 stolen vehicle alerts, or hits, as we call them, for stolen vehicles entering our community. We've had, I think it's 75 stolen license plate hits. We've had a number associated with other more serious crimes, and we've had a number that are associated with both missing and endangered persons. They do help. This type of technology helps our officers work smarter, not harder. We have to have where we can utilize less police resources, but yet still accomplish the goal of safety for our community. kind of move a little bit forward. Our recommendation would be to approve the contract and the purchase agreement with Flock to install these 20 additional license plate reader cameras and the 12 live view cameras that we would deploy. The locations have not been determined yet, but we're working with the company, we're working with our detectives and our patrol staff to determine the most useful and beneficial locations. Some concerns that I've heard from the community, not only now, but previously when we discussed this, is how are you going to use them? What are you going to do with the data? And can officers just simply run anything and everything and search our license plate numbers? And the answer to that is no. The intent of this project is to increase our effectiveness for serious crimes, for crimes in progress that are of serious nature, and I mentioned a few of those. I'll give you a couple of quick examples of how they've already been beneficial from the existing 15. You may all recall that we had an aggravated robbery at a local convenience store just before 5 p.m. in the afternoon at one of our busiest convenience stores in the community. That individual, an adult male, entered that store, waited on the customers to leave, and then attempted to rob the clerk at gunpoint. When the clerk was a little bit in shock, didn't understand what was happening, but saw the gun pointed at him, froze in place, the robbery suspect became frustrated and turned to leave the store when another clerk, a young person, an adult but youth, walked in the store. They'd been working outside, and that individual decided he would just shoot that clerk without provocation. We used the existing license plate readers that we had to help give us leads on where to locate that suspect, and we had them in custody before midnight on the same night. And when we caught him, he was walking out of another convenience store that we believe he may have been casing, planning to rob that store at gunpoint as well. So we were able to safely take that individual into custody. We've used them for other aggravated assaults. We've used them to help us locate some children that were taken by an adult and failed to bring them home. We were able to use license plate reader technology to help us locate that vehicle and safely return those kids to their parent. And then we have numerous other examples of where we're using that, not only to help apprehend would-be burglars and thieves coming into our community. I've mentioned to council before during other presentations on other topics that we have routinely seen individuals from Austin, generally that's teenagers from 13 to 19 years old, come into our community in the dark hours and then drop these youths off in our community where they walk the streets pulling door handles and commit numerous burglaries in one night. They may hit 12 to 25 cars in one night. And then when our officers finally do get alerted to the community, they're either gone or we get into some type of high-speed pursuit, which we call off due to the safety of the bad driving, the dangerous driving by those suspects fleeing back into Austin. And then we find that car later, and it was in fact a stolen car and usually also had additional stolen plates on the car. So we've learned through our investigations that criminals use stolen vehicles to then perpetuate additional crimes. The detection of those stolen vehicles coming into our community, upon entry into our community, can alert our officers to respond to that general area and hopefully help prevent crimes from occurring in our community and help keep our community safe. We are not using these for registration and insurance returns and that kind of minuscule information. They are not speed cameras. They are not monitoring your speed. Again, these are used for serious offenses and for vehicles that we're looking for safety alerts, like we mentioned, the Amber Alert, Silver Alert, and whatnot. I hope I've covered some of those. Our recommendation will be to approve the item to allow us to move forward with the flock, but I'm happy to answer any questions if I didn't put to rest all the concerns. I will say, I'm sorry, we do have procedures in place where the data is scrubbed every 30 days. Should an officer have a lawful purpose to look at the data, they have to have a case number assigned. There's an auditing process by our supervisors, and this is it has a checks and balance system in place, and you can't just access the information at will. You have to have a lawful purpose to review the data. And again, it's scrubbed after 30 days, unless in fact you have to, we call it flagging it, because it is in fact involved in a true criminal investigation. It was useful information. So I hope that helps.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Though I understand the concerns of the privacy of the LPRs, we need to address the city and have council understand the safety and security of our city should always be top priority. And you gave perfect examples of our Kyle Police Department using them to solve crimes and help track down this perpetrator that came into that robbery and also to find the missing children. So, with that, I've done the research on this, and especially for commercial businesses, according to the National Retail Foundation, retail crime has gone up 20% in 2021 to 2022. So businesses are struggling to be able to provide the security they need for their businesses. So having these types of cameras that we're looking at here can help benefit and help our police departments in the future track some of these shoplifters or crimes that are happening in parking lots. It really helps benefit that our police department. So we've got to be able to utilize the technology that we have available for all of our law enforcement to be able to use. And so with that, that's why I'm in full support of this agenda item.
Additional thoughts, comments, Mayor Pro Tem?
Chief, you're correct. When we were first looking at the Public Safety Center and the command center there, Emergency Management Command Center there, we visited several facilities that, highlighted the use of cameras and how beneficial they were. As you're looking at policing, technology definitely plays a key role in policing to solving crimes in real time. And that's something we're able to observe while you and I were in different areas looking at other police departments and how they were working and how a new public safety center would be beneficial for us. But yeah, one of the things was going back to policy. That's something that as a council we really vetted when we were up here and approving the cameras. We really highlighted, you and I had conversations about it on what we were going to use these cameras for, and you assured me that this was to solve, really bad crimes. And that's something that I always think is great. It's, solving real violent crimes in real time is important for our residents, and we've seen it play out. One of the police departments that we visited, I noticed that a month later, I saw them have because they were pretty much crime-free in that area, but they had a murder, and within minutes, they had that murderer in custody because of the camera system.
Absolutely.
And it was great to see it implemented in that real time, so it was great. But yeah, I love the policy that's in place, so
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could just add one more thing, sir. And I'm sorry, Ms. Parsley. You said it was grant funding that was approved for these. Will these have to be done renewed every year? And the other question I had was, do you have specific locations already set in mind where you would want to have them stationed, either where at street lights or in specific areas of the city?
So it is grant funding that'll pay for these. It is a one-year grant, and it is renewable. Should we apply and they grant that, we would hope that they would. To answer the second question, we're in talks with the company now to determine the best locations. Again, meeting with our criminal investigation division to determine the crimes and where cameras would best suit them for their follow-up investigations, and then our patrol division to catch things that are active and in progress. In general, we want to use them in, I would call them locations where you have a lot of vehicles having to pass through, so that you get the best use of your equipment. Instead of singular roads, you try to catch points where roads cross or come together, so that we have a better opportunity to locate those license plates and look for the stolen vehicles as they come into the community. Certainly entrance points on major roadways would be important, and then high crime areas where we're needing to have that kind of technology that can help our detectives solve the crime. So it's in progress, but those are our general guidelines. Where could they be most beneficial? We certainly don't want to put them on small, less traveled roads, particularly because that's not going to get us the best return on our investment, but places where we believe that they can be the most helpful in solving crime.
Yes, Councilmember Parsley.
I just, going to tie it up to what Councilmember Tobias was saying. It would be nice to have communication with our neighbor cities, because if we are able to catch something on the camera, to maybe have connection with them to see if there is some sort of follow-up. And then number two is probably less than a year ago, we had here a resident that was able to respond to an Amber Alert that was set in place because of cameras like this. So I am in full support of having this system. No, they're not going after your registration. We just want it for safety measures. So
That is correct. They're not even connected to the databases that share with us your registration and your insurance and whatnot. They're completely separate systems.
Councilmember Heiser.
Chief, where are the cameras that we have now currently located?
on general, I don't have all the locations in front of me, but they're on generally the major roadways as you come into the community. They're not on Interstate 35 proper, but they're on other roadways that are entrance points into the community and in the general shopping districts where we tend to have several banks. As you can imagine, we want to try to protect them. And if you've heard about jugging, that's another important crime that we hope these will help solve this entire program. Jugging is where a citizen will go to the bank, make a withdrawal, and there are criminal organizations that are watching people exit the bank with the money bags and envelopes, and then they follow them through their organization, and they'll follow them to their next stop, and they will break the window within seconds of you walking away into your next shopping destination and steal your hard-earned business money. So we're hoping to expand in that area, the commercial area, the place where we have banking and financial institutions, and places where we tend to have a lot of crime, and then associate that with locations on roadways where people will have to drive through to get away from Kyle or when you're coming into Kyle.
And how many do we currently have?
15.
15.
Councilman
All right,
Zito.
thank you.
Chief, yeah, just to also add in, so they won't be placed in neighborhoods. You said high traffic areas, intersections, commercial, right?
Yeah, that's the goal. I would say that if for some reason there is some kind of what somebody might describe as a residential roadway that serves as a primary entrance point into the community, but right now, to me, it would seem to be more of the larger roadways where the higher volume of number of vehicles are coming into and exiting the city. So we wouldn't get much return if it was a residential unless there's some street that I'm not thinking of that tends to be highly traveled, entrance and exit for people who are coming into Kyle to commit crimes. You got to remember, we want to use these things as smartly as we can. If they're on a roadway with little traffic and little criminal traffic coming through, they serve the PD no purpose. So we want to try to get them in the right area.
So are the cameras hidden or are they visible for everyone to see that
No,
there's a camera?
I think they're visible. I think you can see them if you know they're there.
Will they ever get moved around or are they?
They can. So they're what I would call permanently mounted, which means they're hard mounted. It's not a simple move. They're not attached to one pole and then you can just quickly disconnect it and move it somewhere else. They're what we would call permanent mounted, but are they movable? If, for example, we had one placed in the community along a service road, and it just wasn't very effective. It wasn't able to pick up vehicles either through the speed or the lack of vehicles. So they're going to move it. It's simply like moving a stop sign. You're going to unseat a pole. You're going to reestablish that somewhere else that you have the proper safety barricade or safety distances and whatnot. So they are movable, but I would tend to call them permanent.
Would you be able to use them for like a dual purpose? Like if there's traffic jams, still see anything going on?
Not the 20 license plate reader cameras. The 12 live view cameras, we could do that. But the 20, the flock cameras, the ALPRs that we're talking about, those take still shots of your license plate in the vehicle. They're not about vehicle movement and the speed. It's not a video. It's just a snapshot.
So like you're trying to stay ahead of the criminals, but what if the criminal just comes up with the fake plate? You know, then it doesn't really help you, right?
So a fake plate by meaning if it's not something that is a number that has been entered as stolen, you're right, it's not going to return.
Right.
If they basically create something that looks like a license plate.
I could go print a dealership plate and put it on a car.
You could, yes. Those things are on their way out. The state legislative body has decided those are not safe for the community in the state of Texas, so they're on their way out. But in theory, yes, to answer your general question, yes.
But you'd see a lot more visible things. Obviously, you can't fake the car model and stuff.
Correct, yeah. That would be a lot harder to do, correct, yes.
Okay. And thank you for,
Yes,
for
sir.
this.
Yes, sir.
Chief, just a couple thoughts. Number one, you mentioned not on I-35. Why is that?
Predominantly, it's because of the speed, the traffic volume, and the width of the interstate and how wide can the cameras accurately view multiple lanes of traffic. They're better on 1 and 2 lane roads. I mean, one lane each direction or 2 lanes each direction. You get too wide for the camera lens and it doesn't read the license plates as well. So we've just stayed away from those with the first 15. Could we try them out here? Possibly, but I doubt it. I think these next 20 will stay away from the interstate again. Not that it doesn't provide some high value, but across their industry, not just Kyle, but across the industry for these license plate reader cameras and companies, they haven't had great success placing them on the interstate. So I don't want to say no, never, ever. But right now, I think our focus is on what's happening in Kyle off of the interstate. Not to dispute the fact that vehicles don't come through Kyle that are stolen, but we have placed them on key points on the exit points.
Well, that's
so
what
if you
I was
come
gonna
into the
follow up.
community, right? If you come into the community, on some of them, we'll catch you, and if we add more cameras on more of them, we'll catch you if you come in a stolen car.
Yeah, so I used to own a dealership over here, and you're aware of this, but we had, I had a $12,000 lawnmower stolen, and I had somebody come and get a bike and run it off, and they ended up dropping it, but they attempted to steal directly. And so I'm certain that if we could get something on, because all the businesses are on I-35. That's where the retail is.
It catches you when you exit the, right now, I want to say most, not all, because we didn't have enough out of the 15 to match everything we wanted. But out of the 15 that we have, we do have some on the exit points. So when you travel into Kyle on 35 and then you exit and you come into our community where you're going to have a real impact on us, many places we're going to catch you on our current cameras. I feel like for certain that we'll add to some of those missing locations on exit points with this new batch of cameras.
Tell me about the difference. We have cameras at all of our parks, at all of our facilities, pointed in, pointed out. So if people are going in and out, we can see all of that. What's the difference between the cameras on these streets versus our security cameras that we have everywhere?
So our ALPR cameras are, again, just snapshots in time. They're catching license plates. It's much like when you go through the tollway, on any tollway, that photo system is catching your license plate, and it associates to your registration and maybe sends you a bill in the mail. It's using that same technology. It's fast enough, it catches your license plate, and in the background, it's running that license plate number against the law enforcement databases to check for stolen, missing, wanted, all that. The cameras in the parks are not monitored that way. We have access to them, but there's not an individual, and nor will there be individuals sitting and watching these at all times, watching the cameras and all that. It'll be what that system sends to us. Our cameras in the park are there for some live view if necessary, but generally it's basically to go back and look at who committed perhaps vandalism in the park, damaged some of our city property, or if there was a crime reported, it gives us a video so that the law enforcement agency or the city has a better detail of what happened.
Okay. Well, I agree with Councilmember Zuniga about the neighborhood part of it and focusing on the particular infrastructure where vehicles travel through. Because, for example, most of my neighbors have security cameras. My house is like Fort Knox. I've learned recently we have other council members with their own security footage that they take, but that's sort of on the resident to protect their private property.
Yes, sir.
But as it relates to traveling, I'll just say this. Chief, you know me, we've been doing this a long time. I've opposed license plate readers every time they've come forward.
Yes, sir.
And, I think a lot of times people say that, maybe I'm aggressive, but in this particular case, there have been concerns that have been brought up for years about data security.
Sure.
There's the possibility of profiling. There's the possibility of just a variety of ways that the license plate reader systems could be misused. Yes. But as I have watched these 15 license plate readers come online and listened to the testimonies and also talked with folks, about the impact that such devices can make on public infrastructure, it's slowly become, fairly self-evident, I think, that this particular tool helps and aids our police to catch the bad guys better and faster. And so I will acknowledge here, having gone through this journey with you, that while there, as Councilmember Tobias said, there is no question here that there's a trade-off. But the question is civil liberties versus safety and security. And there's a balance, because the question kind of becomes where do we stop with this? Are we going to go down to the residential streets? Are we going to become Big Brother? Is this 1984 all over again? Sure. And I think it all boils down to, number one, the policies and procedures that we put in place as a council to make sure that the police department is not misusing. But at the same time, profiling happens with or without license plate readers, or it doesn't happen with or without license plate readers, meaning the core competency and the ability of our police department to build trust in the community isn't affected, in my view, whether or not you have license plate readers. It's affected whether or not you're profiling or not. And we have a ton of auditing and data that comes back to make sure that those kind of things aren't happening. And then as it relates to data breaches, which is a huge concern, and privacy, there are data breaches happening all the time with even more sensitive information than your license plate that are vulnerable for records and things. I think like 2/3 of Americans' social security numbers were recently hacked by the Chinese or the Russians or, somebody in a basement. I don't know, but it's been widely reported. So at the end of the day, when I personally weigh it all together, even though historically I've been on the side of I'd rather have the civil liberty, I will say that I had a conversation with my wife recently, and she talked about the various scenarios in which we might find ourselves in instant need of police help because of something that's happened. And would, in that moment, I rather have the police have the tools to catch that bad guy or not catch that bad guy quickly. If it's my kid who just got snatched, I want you to have it all, and I have to concede that. So I'm in support at this point, Chief. Not that,
Mayor.
I didn't.
Yes, one more question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Heiser.
Chief, I know that you've said that these cameras would only be used to investigate high crimes. And I know that that's you have the ability to have that standard for how we use that internally here in the city of Kyle. But let's say the city of Buda or Dripping Springs or another city reaches out. What is to stop, if they don't have that same use case for information, and how are you using your judgment in real time to make sure that other cities who are asking us for use of this information, that it's not being weaponized per se?
Yeah, so we ask that our Executive Services Commander, who oversees this program and the installation, and he is our point of contact with Flock, that he be responsible to make sure that he's vetting lawful purposes from other agencies, and that if there's ever any doubt or question or anything outside the scope of use that's permitted, that they be removed from accessing our equipment at any point or any time, or even receiving information. Law enforcement agencies are very accustomed to sharing information on behalf of a lawful investigation, and that is a fundamental requirement. They have to be investigating a criminal offense or looking for a person of substantial need to find a wanted person with serious crimes, or to look for one of those special categories: missing children, missing adults, silver alerts, vehicles that have been tagged that we're looking for already as a statewide agency, not the minuscule or menial traffic offenses, Class C warrants, which are the lowest of the low, those very small items. And should we ever find that that's the case, we would discontinue any partnership with that agency in regards to Flock.
Motions?
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve agenda item number 16.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem, that we approve agenda item 16. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
All right, motion carries 6-1. All right, next up, agenda item 14, consider approval of an agreement with Hayes Caldwell Women's Center in the amount of $15,000 for services provided to adult, adolescent, and child victims of family or dating violence, and to child witnesses of family violence. Chief, you're still here, but Councilmember Heiser, you have some questions or thoughts?
Just some thoughts, and Chief, you can jump in here in a minute. I'm very thankful that last year we decided to enter into a professional services agreement with the Hayes Caldwell Women's Center after seeing a lot of the data that they shared in regard to City of Kyle residents who seek their services. And in looking at the financial breakdown of the amount of money that they receive from municipalities on a yearly basis, and then breaking that down even more to look at the total number of people who they serve from our city in comparison to other cities, I would like to request that we double the amount of money that we would give them from $15,000 to $30,000 for this upcoming year. And just a couple of data points that I saw that they had shared were 28% of the victims of child abuse that they see from Hayes County come from the city of Kyle, which is 10% larger than any other city in the county or in Caldwell County. And 25% of the overall volume of people who go to the HCWC are from the city of Kyle. And of the $142,400 that they receive on a yearly basis from the cities in both counties, the city of San Marcos gives $100,000, and we give 15. And I know they're a larger city, but just it seems based on the number of people from our city who they're serving, I would like us to consider stepping up and helping them a little bit more, help them help our residents who are in great times of need when they walk through that door.
Councilmember Harris.
I'd like to also emphasize that by our residents utilizing those services, we are taking some of the burden off of our law enforcement that would be making repeat calls to these residences and backing up their services, their victim services here.
Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you. I was just going to say exactly what Councilmember Heiser said. We are the top user for child abuse survivors, and we are the second highest user in Hays County overall for the total clients they see. So seeing that San Marcos is providing about $100,000 per year and seeing Kyle to be giving 15, I would say that I would like to request the same for us to double that amount.
I'll just say that I've been up here many times, and when I ask for an increase, there's a lot of back and forth on it, right? But I don't act that way. I think that this is for a good cause, and anytime it's to help people, you're never going to see me make that kind of resistance to that. So thank you.
Motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to increase the budgeted amount for the professional services agreement to $30,000 for services provided to the Hayes Caldwell Women's Center.
Second.
Okay, the motion's to increase the budgeted amount from 15 to 30, but the budget's at a different item. This is a contract.
Oh, the contracted
it will be the
amount,
service
excuse me.
agreement from
It would be to
15
approve the
to 30.
contract, but to amend the amount we would pay them to 30.
Sure, I
So you
can
wanna
do
just
that
restate
again.
it?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to approve the contract for this upcoming year while increasing the contracted amount to $30,000.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Heiser, seconded by Councilmember Parsley, that we approve agenda item number 14 with the amendment to increase the amount from 15,000 to 30,000. Is there discussion on the motion? You're looking at me funny. Is that good? Are we good? Councilmember Tobias.
Yes. Is this something that's already budgeted for the year as far as like services goes? Because would this be considered a budget amendment on that end?
The 15,000 is budgeted, so we would need to look at augmenting that to the 30,000 with the budget item when that comes forward.
So just increase it by 15,000 from the budget.
Right. It'd just be taking out a fund balance. We have the funds to do that. If that's the council's will, we can do it.
So going forward for next year, should this already be included in like our contract services or something like that to where?
This item is effective October 1, so it's in the next budget that
Okay.
you're going to approve later today.
Okay.
That budget currently budgets 15, so when you approve it later today, you would need to increase that to 30.
All right, okay, that's it. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is agenda item number 18, consider approval of a resolution awarding RFQ 2024-01 for the development code rewrite to Freese and Nichols, Inc., and authorize the city manager to negotiate a contract. This item is presented by Ms. Truelove. Mr. Zuniga asked to pull it. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, just a quick question again. I see that in our budget, I think we have $500,000 set aside for this. Did we get another bid? Why are we using Freese and Nichols to do the code? Is there something specialized about this?
So this item, Rosie Truelove, Director of Administrative Services, this is just an item to award the contract to Freese and Nichols. We did a competitive request for qualifications solicitation process. We had 2 proposals that were received. The staff evaluation panel recommends award of the contract to Freese and Nichols. We have not yet negotiated a contract with them, and so while the budget is at $500,000, we don't know until we go into contract negotiations what the contract amount will be, and we will bring that back to council either at the next meeting or the first meeting in October.
So you didn't award them the contract based off the price?
No, it's professional services. We don't award based on price. We award based on demonstrated competence and qualifications as determined through a competitive request for qualifications process.
And is this specialized?
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean, just
it is.
writing up codes, sections here? Go ahead. I just can't understand $500,000.
Well-
Rewrite something that's already templated.
I think what Ms. Truelove is saying is, we have a budget for 500,000. We're not telling you the contract's going to be 500,000.
Right.
We're going to come back to you with a scope of work and a contract with a specific amount, and then you'll get to see that at a later time. The RFQ is this two-step process. The first is to have a selection of the firm, and then to enter into the negotiations of the contract, and then to bring that back. But as Rosie mentioned, RFQ is, by law, we are not allowed to negotiate based on price for a professional service. It's based on scope of work,
Okay.
qualifications.
Make a motion to approve agenda item 18.
All right, motion by Councilmember Zuniga, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem that we approve agenda item 18. Is there discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I just want to say I'm very excited for this code rewrite. Just want to say that.
Well, my thoughts were, this is our moment to really start to get serious about whether we want to pursue this or not. We need to make sure, because this is $500,000 and it won't be easy and not everyone will like it. So if we're going to go through the process, we need to be committed that we're spending this money efficiently and wisely, and that we are going all the way. It's going to take some time. I will say this, I do have pet peeves about the RFQ process, because when you budget $500,000, then you go to RFQ, what do you think the amount's going to be of the contract? It's going to be plus or minus $1,000 from $500,000. That's just the way that these things work, almost guaranteed. And so it puts it in a weird situation where tail wags dog, and we don't get competitive bids. We narrow it down with a budgeted amount that they bid to. And it's not a Freese and Nichols thing. It's just, I've seen that happen 9 times out of 10.
Right.
So I wish that there was a way to go about it where we could get more competitive bids, but professional services are the way that they are. So that's where we're at. So hopefully we will make sure that in our scope of work, we're going to get $500,000 worth of value, though, and that's really important as well.
We absolutely agree on that.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, next up is agenda item number 21, approve a resolution accepting a voluntary annexation petition for approximately 101.53 acres of land at 1,000 Lehman Road, and setting the public hearing date for September 17th, 2024. This item is, I see Melissa is here. Mr. Heiser, do you have a question or thoughts?
Many thoughts, but I will just ask, could you kind of walk us through the process of we're voting on right now, and then what the timelined out process will be for the topic of the zoning?
Perfect. So just this evening, we're just setting the date for the public hearing for the annexation. So this property is under a development agreement, and so they're wanting to develop the property. So with the current development agreement for non-annexation, they have to request annexation. They're going through that now. This will just be setting the public hearing. However, they are coming back with some zoning changes that they want to be considered for portions of the property. Planning and Zoning Commission in their normal cycle will consider the zoning that they're looking at having for that property. It will tailor up and connect with this annexation process, and then you will have the opportunity to vote not only on the annexation as an independent item, but any future considerations of zoning as an independent item. But the resolution this evening is just to set the public hearing date for September.
But it's written as concurrent. So we're taking the zoning and the annexation simultaneously on this, aren't we? So would this put us in a bind to having to use the zoning that they're coming up with?
It puts you to where, no matter what, you'll have to consider the zoning that they have before you, but you absolutely have all the rights and privileges of looking at each zoning case for the merits that are presented before. This item is truly just a resolution to set the public hearing date for the annexation public hearing. This is in accordance with state law. Annexation has to technically precede a rezoning process, so this is just kind of the cycle that works for that.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve agenda item number 21.
All right, motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, that we approve agenda item 21. Is there discussion on the motion?
Just to set up just the hearing.
Yep.
Correct.
So do we know when they're gonna come back for the zoning changes?
You will see zoning at that same meeting too, if you choose to vote on that as well.
So on the 17th, we should
Yes.
be seeing the zoning,
Yes,
and they will have plans for it, right?
yes. Well, you will see the zoning request that they're requesting at that meeting. And the Planning and Zoning Commission will see it on the 10th, I believe.
Maybe the way to say is you can't look at the zoning without annexation. You can't look at annexation without zoning. This sets it up for both to be on the agenda. We're looking at it all as a package.
But
This-
they will be individual items, so
Right.
you don't have to vote one to have the other.
And they would, if we didn't approve their zoning, they would withdraw their annexation
Okay.
petition, 100%. All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All right, motion carries 6-1. Next up is agenda item 27, consider approval of an amendment to the real estate services contract with Tory DBA Elite Realty Advisors, which adds the properties located at 208 and 246 Republic Drive and 103 Burleson Street in Kyle. Mr. Zuniga.
Yeah, this one I just wanted to decouple. So I'm interested in one, but not the other part of it.
Okay,
So if anybody would like to decouple it, and we can vote on
which one do you want to vote on first? I don't mind.
Burleson Street, separate from Republic Drive.
All right, I'm assuming one you prefer, if you want a motion
Right.
on that.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the 103 Burleson, consider approval of an amendment for real estate services contract
All
with
right.
Chris Torrey.
I'll second that. Motion by Councilmember Zuniga, seconded by the mayor, that we approve the 103 Burleson Street Kyle portion of the contract. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0, and I'd like to make a motion to approve the 208 and 246 Republic Drive amendments. Motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Heiser, that we approve the remainder of the contract. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All right, motion carries 6-1. All right, that's a good break. 7 minutes. We're going to reconvene at 9:10. That's a pretty good clip. Good job. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Next up is agenda item number 36, second reading. Consider approval of an ordinance adopting the annual budget for all city funds for the ensuing fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2024 and ending September 30th, 2025, appropriating revenue and expenditure amounts thereof for all city funds, authorizing rate increase for water and wastewater service rates, increase for solid waste service charges, all other proposed fees and charges for various city services is provided for in the fee schedule, capital improvement plan expenditures, and for the carryover of encumbrances, all associated schedules and documents, and repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Mohit. This item does have a public hearing.
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, council members, for the record, I'm Pervez Mohit, City's Director of Finance. Real quick, I just want, for the benefit of the department heads and the assistant city managers, I want to point out that budget-related items 36, 37, 38 are being considered by City Council at approximately 9:20.
What was the under? What was the over-under?
It was around 9.
Yeah.
So under this agenda item, council, council is conducting the second public hearing and final public hearing on the city's proposed budget. Council is also considering approving on second reading the ordinance to adopt the city's budget for fiscal year 2024-25. On August 20th, the City Council held the first of the 2 public hearings scheduled on the city's budget, approved on first reading the ordinance to adopt the city's budget for fiscal year 24-25. Here's a quick summary of the amended budget as it stands today. Total budget for all city funds is $365.3 million. Total budget for city's general fund, $83.1 million. Capital Improvements Plan, or CIP, for fiscal year 2025, $248.5 million. And the 5-year spending plan, fiscal years 2025 through fiscal year 2029, adds up to $848.4 million. The city's budget for fiscal year 2024-2025 is based on proposed property tax rate for tax year 2024 or fiscal year 2024-2025 at 46.93 cents per $100 of taxable assessed valuation. All required public notices for budget meetings and public hearings have been published in the city's newspaper of record and posted on the city's website. The city's budget development and adoption process is in compliance with the city charter and the Texas Local Government Code for municipal budgeting. Today is the final of the 2 public hearings scheduled to be conducted by the City Council on the city's budget for fiscal year 24-25. The first public hearing was held on August 20th. So the options for City Council after the public hearing is concluded is to approve the ordinance with amendments, or deny approval of ordinance. Staff recommends approve the ordinance. With that, Mayor, I conclude my presentation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mohit. This item does have a public hearing, so if there are no objections, I'm going to open the public hearing now. Seeing none, the public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on the budget? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Public hearing is now closed. Questions, comments? Councilmember Heiser.
Yeah, 2 things, Mayor. Number 1, I would like to request the additional $15,000 for the Hayes Caldwell Women's Center to be identified to in this upcoming budget. Per the item we just voted on a couple of minutes ago. And is that good for, you need anything more on?
Yes, that would have to be in the form of a motion, Councilmember.
Okay.
And you're amending the proposed budget for fiscal year 24-25 in the amount of $15,000 to be budgeted from the general fund balance.
Okay, definitely going to mess this up, so. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to amend the proposed 2024-25 budget for the Hayes Caldwell Women's Center by an additional $15,000 to come out of the general fund.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Heiser, seconded by Councilmember Harris, that we amend the budget by $15,000 for the Hayes Caldwell Women's Shelter Center. Is there a discussion on that motion? I'm going to say it wrong every time. So.
Note that we did not increase the budget. We moved from one category to another.
Yes, balanced proposal. Councilmember Zuniga.
Yeah, so just for the record, I had made a lot of substantial amendments last budget. Those were not approved. Just let the record reflect that. And this is where it gets a little tricky. And respectfully, Mayor, we're going to go through some numbers. So don't get overexcited or don't get excited, because I need clarification about this. So.
Can we vote on this amendment?
Yeah, let's get this one. Yeah, let's get yours done.
Okay, and then I still have one more thing.
Oh, well, go ahead.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. All right, motion carries 7-0.
All right, and the other thing is, and I don't have a number, so this is something that's going to have to come back at a later date, but I would like to put the wheels in motion for, or to ask for your support for staff to put together a proposal on a satellite library on the east side. Without having an idea as to how much it would cost, can't really make any sort of changes to a budget. So I would like to make a motion to direct staff to put together a proposal for the creation of a satellite library on the east side of Kyle, east being east of 35.
Do you all have thoughts on that? Councilor Tobias.
Okay. kind of goes back and forth now. When we were originally talking about doing a community center with a library, and then that got taken off the table back in June, and then the sportsplex was then introduced. So it's like we're going back to the drawing board again for a library when we should have been, I guess, advocating for that for the entire year. So, you know, you look at the budget here, Mr. Heiser, when you look at the CIP spending category, yes, line item number 2, Sportsplex, has been added on at $7 million. And you go to year 2, it goes to $21 million. And to year 3, it goes to $20 million. And then year 4, 15, and then there we are with the magic number of $65 million. Shouldn't that be the number for a library versus a sportsplex? You know, I know it's late in the game on this, but we talked about something like this during the workshop. We talked about getting a task force to look into this, and we did have it. We actually hired a consulting company to actually look into that, the plans and so forth. So a plan had already been in process. So I'm trying to understand why now we need to ask staff to go back and look at a library once again.
Well,
there's possibilities for something like that in the future, but I'm just trying to understand now why we're going that route when we had all this year to really advocate for something like that.
Well, I understand the sentiment, but I don't necessarily agree with the perspective, because what we had discussed was the creation of a main library. That is not what I am suggesting right now. We talked about the creation of a main library and potentially repurposing the existing library to be for either use of our Parks Department or the seniors. So that's not exactly what the discussion was. I do understand you are correct. We did have previous discussions about a library, but we were talking about making a major investment, a bond-funded investment, to create a main library. And that is something that I was not in favor of doing at the time, and I still am not, which is why I'm suggesting that we look at a satellite library, which would be a building that would be for our residents to use, so it's closer to where they reside on the east side, given how long it takes to get to our existing library.
True on that end. We didn't want to go to a bond on the library, but we decided not to go with a bond on the sportsplex, but it's now added into the budget. So, you know, we got to really decide, okay, you know, we can't be going back and forth and saying this is something that's vital for the city, this is the needs that we want. But again, it seems like we're not really listening to what our residents have been asking for or could benefit from.
Well,
you know, I'm all for trust me, like I said, I get you, I get it, I understand. You know, you're bringing a proposal for the library. But, you know, and I'm very supportive of that, but I'm trying to understand at this specific time, after we've talked about it, we've paid over $120,000, $150,000 on getting concept designs. We shot that down and went with the sportsplex because that was more money driven. And then now we're going back and saying, okay, let's start looking at a library now.
Well, I just want to say one thing. We are not going to be able to solve the question of, are we going to do that or a library now? And if you move the money around in the budget, it has no impact because we have to make the actual steps towards cultivating one of these projects. We have a lot of other projects. What we stated very clearly with the 65 is that we're going to put that on hold. So yes, it stays in the long-term CIP for now, but we have given that direction that we're going to focus on the initial smaller outdoor voter bond approved portion of the sportsplex while cultivating other options and making those determinations at a later date. The real meat and potatoes of the budget is not in the 5-year CIP, because that's really dollars that, especially the 65 million, we do not have any funding source identified for that. It's not an actual expenditure that is lined up in the budget. It is still carved out for that 65 million. You have to go ask the voters. If you're going to go for a large bond for a library too, you have to go for the voters. But the satellite library proposal would be something we could engage with, discuss, cultivate, but not at second reading of the budget. It's just not going to work in any of these things. We need to focus on, in my opinion, the nuts and bolts of what we're about to spend in the budget over this next fiscal year, including the CIP dollars as well.
And I agree with you, Mr. Heiser, and I'm supportive of that. I've got some ideas moving forward that I could probably bring to the city about.
Yeah, the discussion's not over on any of these items. We're going to continue cultivating a variety of projects and proposals. We're just not going to be able to do it at second reading of the budget.
If I could, just to add a little context, we are working on a parks master plan. We're also having a library master plan that we bring forward. So as we bring those documents forward, lots of opportunities for individual projects and individual facilities to have that discussion later on. And going back to the sportsplex item, as you may recall, I had to propose my budget at the end of July. Council made a decision in early August to not move forward with an election after I'd already proposed the budget. So that's the reason those dollars are in there, but the mayor's exactly right. There's no funding source associated with it because there is no bond election that's occurring.
That was the decision that mattered.
Right.
But why isn't it amended to remove it out of the CIP plan? I mean, if we weren't able to get the bond, we didn't put it on a bond. It was 65, but we still have it in the CIP. Whether we have the funding source or not, it's not really what we heard back that we wanted to do and move forward with. So it seems to me like it's still being put in there, forcefully in there. So why isn't it amended to reflect that we don't have it? Because what I do remember was the July 7th meeting, we said go ahead with the 33 million that we did have funding for.
We didn't say that either. That wasn't the vote we took.
That was?
I don't think so.
If I pull the presentation from July 7th,
Well, the staff knows. I'm not trying to get you. I'm just saying,
Right.
I don't think that's the vote that we took.
I think
I think the vote we took was to continue cultivating the master plan.
it was for the 33. So 2020, general obligation funds, 14 million existing. TERS and other funding, 16 million existing. And underneath that, Mr. Mayor, it says Cromwell Road and beautification, roads, roundabout, landscaping. And
Right.
then it says reclaimed water system, 3 million existing. So we knew that we had that, and we said proceed with that. But I did not remember saying 65 CIP. So that adds a question that I have, are we really doing 65 in the CIP over 5 years, plus this 33 that we have funding for? Is it a total of 98 million?
No, sir. So let me refresh something that we discussed from the dais. The city manager is absolutely correct. His recommended budget included, at the time we were discussing, council was discussing moving forward with the bond election in November for Sportsplex. So that's where that project came about. And if you look in the CIP budget, it clearly identifies it as a future bond funding source. So there is no money for that project, whether that stays in the spending plan or it gets pulled out as an amendment from council tonight. The understanding we had was that we were taking a pause. Council was going to get an overview of this parks program from the new parks director. I believe that's going to be at the next council meeting. That council will have a better understanding what's on the program for parks program spending. You would have a better understanding of all the funding sources at that time. And then whatever the direction is on the Sportsplex, it can be taken out at that time, It can be taken out tonight, but it has absolutely no funding whatsoever. It's just a placeholder in the spending plan.
Right, but we said the same thing about Lake Kensington, that we're gonna fully fund it, and I don't see that funding source identified here. Or the senior center that we wanna fund. So there's no money for those things in this budget that I see.
So there is $25 million for the Parks Improvement Program in the 5-year window. What you don't have is specific projects that will use up that money. The new director is supposed to come back before council with a program, a master plan.
So Lake Kensington has no funding source to really make it a golden standard park?
So that is a project the council wants to move forward with. When Mr. Lopez comes and talks to the council about his parks program, you'll see that moving forward as an RFQ to select that design consultant and move that project forward. It's definitely something that we're doing. But as Pervez said, there's a lot of moving parts in the parks master plan to look at how we're going to fund all those elements moving forward. But that project, we're moving forward with the design, getting the design, and starting advancing the project forward.
Right. So I'm just trying to be clear to the voters and the community. If this is a priority project to build the sportsplex, then let's be clear that that's what we want to do as a city, if that is what we're doing, and not put it in after we discuss not bonding for it. So I think that transparency here, let's be clear about what we're doing. If we're going to go in this path, then that's the path. Not it's there, I mean, just from my perspective, that's all.
I have a question.
Councilmember Parsley.
So under the new project for CIP, we have for 2025 a $7 million under the sportsplex. What would that go to?
So that project, when the city manager proposed his recommended budget, the discussion was that we're going to the voters in November. So that was the assumption, underlying assumption. So the $65 million is allocated over the 5-year period. $7 million in 2025 was staff's best estimate for survey, appraisals, design, those kinds of early work.
Okay.
For the first year of the 5-year. But at this time, not even the $7 million is available. It's only subject to a future bond authority given to us by the voters. So council has 2 options tonight. You can leave it as is, unfunded, and amend it later when council does decide to do whatever y'all want to do, whether we go to the voters or not. Or you can take it out as an amendment tonight.
So that's what I was going to ask next. Can we approve the budget taking out any funding that we haven't even identified for the sportsplex that is putting here as a placeholder?
Yes, you can amend the proposed budget to remove that project from the CIP spending plan.
Is that something that will satisfy your questions, Miguel?
I mean, I think so. I mean, because we can always do the outreach and see how it is. We still have the 14, and I think there was already 3 in the reclaim one. There's enough there to get a good view of what this is going to look like. And then if we have more money in our budget, we can consider it. We're not killing it. And then we can really convince the community of this is an economic thing that the city is really wants to be fully vested in. But we can take that path with the building that relationship so that we're all on the same page about it. Because right now it doesn't feel like we're on the same page because 65 was what we were going to go for. We said, no, let's put it on pause. Let's not put it on pause. But there's still 65. We just don't have the money for it.
But, I'm
So-
sorry, I wasn't trying to
Yeah,
interrupt,
yeah, so
but
that's
to
kind of-
your point, because it does show in there under CIP
Right.
for the next 5 years. So all we will be doing will be, when the time comes to approve the budget, with the amendment that we will be removing the sportsplex facility from the CIP. Is that correct?
Well, I can cut to the chase. I'm willing to remove it too. I don't really think, because it's not relevant. So I got to follow my own actions. If I say it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. But I'm just going to tell you, it's been noted. I do want to pursue and cultivate. But we have roughly, with all the various proposals in the reclaimed water, part is cash funded, part is bond funded from the city, part is bond funded from the county. It's a total of 30 to 33 million, not all into fields, but into some of that infrastructure. Are we still moving forward with that proposal? Would be one part of this. And then are we still good with that? Take the 65 amount and keep going with that project?
That's what I remember the vote was for on July 17th.
I would like clarification because I could be wrong. I distinctly remember we didn't take that action, but I could be wrong.
For only the 33.
Well, I think there's several layers to this. The council had approved a contract with Stantec to do the master planning for the outdoor sportsplex. And I think that was $500,000 or so is roughly the contract for that. So that was approved by the council. Later on, we came back. We added another $200,000 or so for the parks master plan. We had an additional discussion about the sportsplex, the $65 million. And then the discussion was not necessarily to not do it ever, but to not proceed with the bond at this time. That was the discussion that I recall having on that. For the outdoor sportsplex, we're intending to still move forward with some aspects of that program. We need to bring that back to you. There'll be many discussions, a lot of public outreach, and you'll have many discussions on that, but that is moving forward. There was not a vote per se that I recall on that particular item.
Right, I asked you if
But
we
you'd
needed to take
already had a
vote.
contract approved with Stantec to do that work, so it is progressing.
Right, I was confused that night because we didn't move forward with the bond proposal, but I asked you, do we need to take a vote? You said no.
Right.
And Mr. Heiser had said, can we just proceed with the 33 that's already in the funding? And I think we all said, yeah, we're willing to go that far, but it's just too controversial right now to see 65 in the CIP.
So let's do it. I'll make a motion to amend the 5-year CIP budget and remove the $65 million allocated for an indoor sportsplex.
Second.
Motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Parsley. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. All right, motion carries 7-0.
So that drops the 7 million out of the 248?
It will reduce the first year spending amount. It will also reduce the 5-year spending amount.
Okay.
So, but I also want to come back to your other point you just made about Lake Kensington. So I don't think the $25 million is where the funding for Lake Kensington should come from. I think that should be a standalone, immediate, year one CIP. And I thought we had it in there for 17 million, which is roughly the amount that we spent on Heroes Memorial Park and La Verde combined, which is where that number came from to set an initial budget. Is that not in the budget at all?
Let me ask Andy to look it up real quick.
Because I do believe it is the council's will to immediately move forward with that project.
Correct.
Check the CIP spending plan for Park Kensington.
Yeah, didn't we already RFQ for it, to design it?
Not the full thing, but it's in the works. But I 100% want to make sure that happens. The funding of it, by the way, would be a CO bond.
All right.
So that's the bond source. It's not a general fund. It'd be a CO bond expenditure. So if it's not, I don't think you have to pull $17 million worth of projects in order to make that happen.
Right.
The $25 million for the parks 5-year program, that's all cash funding. The $17 million for Lake Kensington is a CO bond. So if y'all have got another item, let's go while they're looking at it. I know that's going to be our intention, but we can handle that in just a minute. Does anybody have any other
That was my only
particular
thing
items?
to bring up, yeah.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, Mayor, so, oh God, we got all over the place. I forgot what I was gonna do. Okay, so, I'd like to amend the budget for fiscal year 2024, 2025 to allocate $15,000 for the Hays County Food Bank. I was gonna ask for 20 originally, and the 15 kind of, I know is bringing up the budget quite a bit, but the first year that we funded the Hayes Cowboy Women's Center, we funded for 15, so I thought it'd be fair to ask for the 15. The reason why I'm asking for these dollars is because this is a service. I don't see it as charity. We just had a presentation about the numbers and what the high usage is in Kyle for the food bank, and I would love to see us start doing our part with it. So I'm asking for $15,000 amendment to the 2024-2025 budget for $15,000 for the Hayes County Food Bank. And as I mentioned again, I really believe this is a service. This isn't charity. This is a service this is an entity that provides service to our community. And I think it's important that we start putting our share. I know currently San Marcos funds about $100,000 a year towards the food bank. So I'd love to see us start somewhere.
You sure you don't want to do 101?
No.
I would be happy to second that.
Yeah, I think if there's any other organization that we would collectively as a council have supported really well and has provided those services through the years, it's not something new and out of the blue. It's definitely a staple service. I agree with you.
Yeah, and we think about how much the food banks have helped our community. I mean, we go back to, the pandemic when people were out of work and Central Texas Food Bank came in and did food distributions on a monthly basis. And even during the winter storm, they came out and provided an emergency service for us as well. So this is something that our community has really benefited from. And I think it's something that moving forward, we got to continue to make sure we're doing our part to help them as well.
I'll never say anything against anything like that, Mr. Rizzo. Thank you.
Motions?
You made a
That was
motion.
my motion.
I seconded.
Sorry, I was, motion by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Harris, that we amend the budget by $15,000 for the Hayes County Food Bank and take that from the general fund balance. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Council.
Any other items?
Mayor,
Councilmember Tobias.
is there a way to where we could amend the budget for number 6, street improvements, to add 220,000 from the 7 million we took out, if that's the way to make it an even 5 million for street improvements?
Number 6. I'm trying
Because we
to
have it
track.
right now, it's at 478, it's 4780. And if we just increase it by 220 for allotting the money there, because next year we're going to start having construction, I know, for some of our roads. And if we could just have a little bit of leeway or extra pennies in the bank in case we need to be able to identify certain streets that need, whether it's resurfacing or potholes we need to kind of get fixed, we'd have that additional funding for there. So I want to be able to at least increase our street improvements budget for next year.
Councilmember, just a quick reminder, the $7 million really didn't exist.
Oh,
So
it
there's
don't
no
exist.
money.
Okay.
It'll have to come from another project.
Well, but
okay.
can you speak to the base request, though, of increasing the streets? Is it the streets maintenance? Or is it
Yes.
the streets construction?
It's the street improvements on 6. And if not, if we don't have the funding for that, then of course I'll look into it for next year. But I was just trying to get it from 470 to at least an additional 200 to make it an even 5 million across the board, street
So
and traffic.
it's 4.7 million currently is the
Yes.
budget, and you're trying to get it up to 5 million?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So just to speak to those numbers for a moment, so we do the pavement condition index. We did a
Okay.
formal report and backed into the number that we needed to maintain streets at to keep our score at the same level going
Okay.
forward. So that's a calculated figure to do that. And in addition to that, we identified a number of other projects around the city to get funded. We can certainly do more projects, but that's how the staff arrived at that figure. It was a calculation to get there rather than just a round figure. We can certainly do more, but I wanted to make sure you were clear about how we arrived at it.
Okay.
Maybe we could get some analysis as to what you might do with the additional money. Maybe not right now, but like, just making sure
Maybe
that
an
that's
update.
properly funded, and if there's
Yes.
anything that you need in that particular line item.
And if we're using the full 470, then next budget season, if we need to increase it. I was trying to increase it now, but if you're stating we're going on a specific scale and you already have projects aligned, then you're right, sir. We would have to pull from one to another, which I don't want to do. But it was just, I know streets and roads are the number one issue in our community. And so, and we've got our road bond, a lot of our roads going to start construction next year. In year two, it's going to be crazy, but I just want to make sure we had enough funding for that.
Okay. Any other items or requests? Motions?
Do you want to wait to hear about the Lake Kensington?
Oh, yeah, Lake Kensington. What do we got?
Yeah.
I forgot about it.
So just while we're waiting, are you ready?
Yeah, so there is not a specific CIP project called Lake Kensington. However, we have $25 million set aside for park improvements. And that's what the master plan is gonna, the new director is gonna come back and present to y'all. What makes up with those, for those $25 million? And Lake Kensington is going to be one of those projects that will be funded.
I think it does need to be an additional project, Mayor.
So
I think that's
I'd like to make a motion to amend the CIP plan and to, over the next 2 years, allocate roughly, or exactly 17 million in the budget for the Lake Kensington project with funds to be identified as certificate of obligation bonds.
Second.
Motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Heiser. Is there a discussion on that motion?
Just to make sure, we won't be having or allocating any funds for the next fiscal year. It will be over the next 2 years to be added to the CIP.
2 years is, my
Or
experience
so.
is even that is aggressive. You just
Yes.
can't spend money as fast as you want. You
Okay,
can't,
I'm
but-
just making sure
yeah.
that, I don't want anybody to understand that we are just like allocating money right now because we don't even know where well, I know it's gonna come from the 25
Yeah,
million, but.
it's just like the Sportsplex 65. It's
Exactly.
exactly the same situation, except that we do have the ability to take a vote and issue it, so we can move forward with confidence, because state law allows for us to issue a CO for a community park project like
Probably
this.
2 to 3 years. It'd take us, if we started today, about a year to design it.
Yes.
There's a lot of community input and feedback.
Well, and
master plan.
I would like to say
Right.
that whatever we need to do to immediately start that project, I'm ready to see that happen.
Yes, sir.
So that's what, you're right, the budgets are symbols in these things, and so we do need to show that, because that is something I'm very committed to, and I know the rest of us are as well.
So I don't know if I can ask this, but I know that we're gonna have David do a presentation next council meeting, correct? And we're gonna talk about the parks. So if we were to add up Lake Kensington as one of the parks that we would like to start working on, would we have to do a budget amendment if we want to go ahead and allocate funds to that park in the next year?
If we have it in the CIP, we wouldn't have to do a budget amendment.
But we will
right?
have to add it to the CIP. Oh, since we're adding it, we just do a budget amendment, correct?
If you're wanting to do a specific a project in a park, do you need a budget amendment? Is that the question?
No, I know we're gonna have David come over and do a presentation about parks, but if we were to, wanted to start doing something for Lake Kensington in the next fiscal year, we would need to do a budget amendment for that.
Yeah, I think it would depend on the scope of it. If it's just kind of cleaning up the site a little bit, doing that kind of work, I think we can do that with our existing maintenance funds and operations. If it's some kind of physical improvement, yes, it would have to be a budget amendment. But we'll come back to you with the master planning process, some of the needs. There's many, many projects that are going to be going through, and Mr. Lopez will go through that with you at the next meeting, so we can have that discussion. I think it would just depend, Councilmember Parsley, how you want to do it.
Thank you.
So pretty much what we're saying, Mayor, is we're just allotting this funding for the next 2 years for that specific project. And when Mr. Lopez comes with us with the master plan, and he will come to us and saying, hey, these are the ideas that we could utilize for this area, what can be built, what can be its usage, we basically would have those dollars in the piggy bank kind of sense. And then
Yeah.
if we use it all, we'd use it all. We don't,
Right.
then of course it may
It's-
cost less, but it's just getting the project get going for.
In my view, the way the 25 million number has been represented. It's really about rehabilitating our existing parks. So this is Greg Clark Park, this is Lake Kyle, this is Steeplechase Park and Cool Springs and a variety of other parks that we need to improve. So we are fully funding major improvements across our existing parks, and Lake Kensington doesn't need to compete with that.
Right.
It is a new project that we're going to cultivate over the course, and I think we should set aggressive goals for getting to where we need, because why not? So, but 2 to 3 years, we should be able to turn that thing around if we can. Yes, sir. It's worth the pursuit.
Yeah.
So with the mayor's motion, we will be adding $17 million to the 5-year CIP spending, and the source of funds will be borrowed funds by issuing COs.
Correct.
For
I
Lake
second.
Kensington.
Yes.
Mayor, I thought 2 years, not 5 years.
It's in the 5-year CIP. It'll be weighted to the first 2 years based on the motion.
I second that motion.
Okay. Do we?
No, we already had.
We already voted on it, I thought.
Yeah, no, we had a motion and we
Is
had a
it on the
second.
table?
Yeah.
I seconded it,
You motioned,
Right.
he seconded.
And then we
we're still doing
discussed.
discussion, so,
All right. Well,
if you don't mind.
This is not nearly as, and then more. Okay.
No,
Any
I just-
further discussion on that
Yeah, I just
motion?
wanted to add that, this is a great project. Look, honestly, when you look at the lakefront property there, well, you call it a lake, but it's a big tank, right? But it's one of the deepest tanks and largest tanks here in the area. It's a beautiful piece of property. I had it there when I was younger. It was great back in the day. It's an amazing piece of property for the residents to be able to come out and see this property and to be able to function there and have trails and park places. I mean, it's going to be great. I mean, I'm hoping one day maybe some kayaking. That would be great, because something we don't have here, you know. But honestly, this park has the potential to be one of our premier parks in the city of Kyle, and I think it's going to be
The premier
amazing.
park.
The premier
The
park,
premier
yeah, the premier park. Yeah, definitely. I still, I have a soft spot for another park, but yeah, definitely. What do you call it? But yeah, it's going to be. We're not going to. I mean, this park, we're going to show a true investment in this area, and it's going to be great. It's going to be a beautiful park. I'm excited.
Yeah, and it's also about realizing, I mean, we just bought the land. We literally just bought it, and it was for this park, so might as well. Kyle Vista Park comes back to mind, where you acquire land and sort of cultivate a project and don't have that full buy-in, and then it slows down, and then it dies. This is one where I believe we have unanimous council support, and not only for what it is, but for the amount we're willing to invest. So we should, while we have this, we should move forward quickly. So, all right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Any additional items we want to discuss with regards to amendments? All right, we want to make a motion on the budget?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the 2024-2025 budget as presented by staff with the budget amendments. Is that good enough for us?
Yes, sir.
Second.
All right, motion by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Parsley, that we approve the budget as presented and amended. Is there discussion on that motion? Roll call vote?
Discussion real quick.
Oh, discussion, sorry.
First of all, I just want to thank my fellow council members and staff for the work that y'all have done on this budget. It's been months of work to bring this forward. I just want to thank y'all for all y'all's hard work, y'all's dedication, and this budget is a true reflection of how much y'all care about the city. So thank y'all for y'all's hard work. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, roll call vote.
Parsley?
Aye.
Heiser?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Rizzo?
Yes.
Zuniga?
Yes.
Tobias?
Yes.
All right, motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, staff and council, on working together to put together a unanimous budget. That was good work. We're not clapping. All right, next up, agenda item 37, second reading, consider approval of an ordinance of the City of Kyle, Texas, setting the ad valorem tax rate, property tax rate for fiscal year 24-25, tax year 24, at .4693 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation, which consists of a maintenance and operation tax rate of .2889 and an interest and sinking fund rate of .1804. Each of which is separately approved, providing for the levy of ad valorem taxes for use and support of the municipal government of the City of Kyle for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2024, and ending September 30th, 2025, providing for apportioning each tax levy for specific purposes and providing when ad valorem taxes shall become due and when same shall become delinquent if not paid. This item also has a public hearing. Mr. Mohit.
Yes, sir. So, Mayor and Council, under this agenda item, the council is posted to conduct the final public hearing on the city's ad valorem tax rates, or property tax rates, for next fiscal year. Approve on second reading the ordinance to adopt the city's property tax rates for fiscal year 24-25. On August 20th, the City Council held the first of two public hearings scheduled on the city's property tax rates. The council also approved on first reading the ordinance to adopt the city's property tax rates for fiscal year 24-25. Today, the City Council is considering on second reading to set the ad valorem tax rate at $46.93 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation for tax year 2024 for fiscal year 2024-2025. Based on the 2024 assessed valuations, the city's property tax rates for tax year 2024 are as follows. No new revenue tax rate is 0.4562 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation. Voter approval tax rate is calculated at 0.4693 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation. The city's proposed tax rate for tax year 2024 or fiscal year 2024-2025 is 0.4693 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation, which is comprised of the following two components. Maintenance and operations, or M&O tax rate, of 0.2889 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation, and the interest and sinking INS fund to pay for the debt service is 0.1804 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation. The proposed ad valorem tax rate of $46.93 per $100 is the same total tax rate as the city's adopted tax rate for the current fiscal year, the year that we're just about to finish, for tax year 2023. The city's proposed property tax rate of 0.4693 is above the no new revenue tax rate of $45.62 per $100. This is an increase of 0.0131 or 2.87% from the no new revenue tax rate for tax year 2024. For tax year 2024, the proposed tax rate of 0.4693 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation is the same tax rate as the voter approval tax rate for 2024 of 0.4693 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation. State law requires that the motion to adopt the property tax rate must be made in a form specified in the Texas Tax Code. The exact or specific wording for the motion to adopt the tax rate has been placed in front of you. I have placed a motion, a sample motion in front of you at each desk. Today is the final public hearing scheduled on the city's property tax rate. The first public hearing on the city's property tax rate was held on August 20th, 2024. With that, Mayor, that concludes my presentation on tax rate.
All right, this item has a public hearing. If there are no objections, I'm going to open the public hearing now. Seeing none, the public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on the tax rate? All right, public hearing is now closed. I move that the property tax rate be increased by adoption of a tax rate of 0.4693, which is effectively a 2.87% increase in the tax rate.
Second.
All right, motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Parsley that we approve the tax rate. Is there discussion on the motion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize what Perez said, that this was the same tax rate that we had last year that council approved. So tax rate did not move. It's still .4693, which we had last year. So just wanted to make that extremely clear to the public. So it's the same tax rate, correct? Okay.
I would like to also make a comment, because I'm pretty sure that you guys receive emails like I did. Not only that we are keeping the same rate, but the discussion was given in great length on June the 8th. So I would encourage residents to watch that meeting and see what the discussion about the tax rate was about.
All right, any further discussion? Mayor, Councilmember Tobias.
On both of those notes there, when we use the term, Perez, increase, tax increase, right? Explain to the people just real quick when we say tax, because it's like we're voting on the same number, but it's a tax increase. So it's like same number, your taxes are going up. Because again, that's all the residents are going to hear is tax increase. We can go on and say, well, it's always been this way for the past 3 years. But again, we're using the verbiage tax increase.
Okay, so I'm going to do my best to explain this.
Not a trick question.
No.
So the tax code requires tax calculation at 3 different levels. So you have the no new revenue tax, which is basically how much from the existing properties will the city raise tax revenues for M&O and for debt service. Okay?
That includes all new properties that have come in since the last year.
That's correct. So that is the yardstick we're measuring any tax rate that the city council adopts. If you go over and above the voter approval tax rate, which is $46.93, you must have voter authorization to exceed that rate. We're not doing that. So the proposed tax rate is to keep it at the same level as the current rate, which happens to be the same rate as the voter authorized rate. So the verbiage tax increase is comparing the no new revenue tax rate, which used to be called effective tax rate. Most people still refer to it as effective tax rate. How much money will the city raise from existing properties on the tax roll that were the year before? So the comparison, the yardstick, is the no new revenue tax rate, which, let me show you real quick here. So they highlighted in yellow. No new revenue tax rate is $45.62. The voter approval tax rate is $46.93. If we were to exceed that rate, we have to go to the voters. We just cannot automatically adopt that tax rate. The proposed tax rate the council agreed to during a resolution y'all adopted not too long ago was to keep the tax rate at the same rate as what we have for this fiscal year, which is $46.93. So when you compare $46.93 to the no new revenue tax rate, there's an increase, right? $45.62 compared to $46.93 that you are about to adopt. There is an increase of, if you look at number 7, of 0.0131. That is the difference between the two rates. So it's an increase of 0.0131 in the tax rate, which is equal to 2.87% difference between the known new revenue tax rate and the city council's recommended tax rate. I know it's not as simple as ABC to understand. It's a little complicated when you throw in all these verbiage that's in the tax code. But for an average taxpayer, this is important too. Even though the tax rate stays the same, right? And the verbiage calls for to identify it as a tax increase. The average taxpayer, homeowner, and I'll give you these numbers real quick. For an average homeowner, this is not everyone on our tax roll. The average home in Kyle compared to last year versus the new assessed valuations went down by $29,000. So the assessed valuations on an average home in Kyle, Texas was $355,270 last year, and the new year, this tax year, is $325,543. So when you apply the tax rates is the same, right? So the average homeowner will see a reduction in their tax bill by $139.51, or roughly about $11.63 per month. So an average homeowner will see a decrease in their tax bill. But that's not to say that every taxpayer is going to see a decrease.
I think that's what we're hearing, is that others, their taxes went up.
Some homeowners will see an increase because their values went up.
Is Rachel still in the room? No? Can we get another puppy video that explains the action that we're doing?
The simplest way to say it is, this is the simplest way to say it is, this is the tax rate that we're required to approve because we just passed the budget that this tax rate is based on. So if you vote on the budget and then vote against the tax rate, like if the vote of not voting for the tax rate prevailed, this place would every staff member would have hair coming out of their, like fire coming out of their hair, because we would not know what to do. That it would be a direct conflict of votes.
Yeah, because we voted on the budget, and now we're voting on the funding for that budget. So you vote against it, then you're voting in essence against the budget, because
We would have to go back and amend our budget.
amend the budget to knock it down.
All right.
So,
Whether, Mr. Heiser, we need puppy videos or
No, it's a good
crayons
explanation.
and paper,
You're right.
there are residents out there that don't understand. They may not have your intellect that you have there. What I'm trying to say is that there are residents out there that may not understand this process. And so what I was trying to get at is Mr. Pervez to explain it in very simple detail of how this all works.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add that people on fixed incomes and Social Security, they feel the worst because they can't increase their living wages. So any increase in the tax rate, it hurts them more than the, younger working class. So.
Yes, sir.
Whether it's $48.
So you also start to out-house people, right? People on fixed income, so. It's a balance, it's a balance.
And that's why we adopted the same tax rate as last year, to make sure we avoided that.
Because whether it's $20 or $48, that's prescription meds for somebody.
All right, any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Zuniga,
No.
Rizzo,
Yes.
Heiser,
Yes.
Parsley,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Tobias,
No.
Can we have a discussion?
Roll call
Vote?
vote.
Mitchell.
Yes. All right. Next up, agenda item 38. It's fine.
No, hold on, because I have a question.
All right. Well, it's a similar topic on 38. Let's get into it, and then you can ask, okay?
But I will need to wait till there's a motion on the table to be able to ask it, no?
It's just cleaner to be in an item.
Okay.
All right. Agenda item 38, second reading. Consider approval of an ordinance ratifying the property tax increase reflected in the budget for fiscal year 24-25 that will require raising more revenue from the property taxes than in the prior fiscal year. Mr. Mohit, this item is for you, but Councilmember Parsley, do you want to start it off?
Let's go back to June 8th. There was a 6-0 vote. May I ask what changed your mind? June 8th, 11:03:05 was the vote taken to do the defeasance. So So what happened? What was the reasoning behind voting yes then, and then today we're voting no? That's my question to the two no votes.
For me, it was just that we were trying to create bonding capacity, so at that point, I was on board with trying to do that if the sportsplex was gonna get put on a bond, but when we pulled the sportsplex off the bond, I no longer saw the need for the tax rate to be the same as last year.
No,
wasn't
so
the
if you go back to the meeting.
That was my reasoning.
No, if you go back to the meeting
That was my
and you
reasoning.
hear Brian's explanation, we didn't say, never was said. I'll be happy to put that tomorrow on my Facebook page with a discussion that says that we were created that deficiency to be able to pay off debt.
Yes.
And there was a 6-0 vote because I was in the restroom.
Yeah, we paid off debt
So-
so we could issue some debt through the
No,
bond.
no, that was not what we said.
That's the purpose of paying it off early.
But that's not what we said. So I just want to know, is like, what changed your mind? We took the 65 million from the CIP. And you just voted for the budget. How do you think we're gonna pay for that?
The budget got better today than it did last
And
week.
you still don't wanna fund it?
You voted against the funding.
Where do
Doing
you
what's-
think the money's gonna come from? Or is it because you have
All right,
audience and
okay,
you can look?
I'm being
good?
You made
fiscally
the-
conservative.
Yup, the points have been made. I agree with them, but they have been made. Let's move
They
on.
have been made, Mayor.
All right, next up, agenda item, all right, it's already up, Mr. Mohit.
Yes, sir. So Mayor and Council, this is an ordinance. There is no public hearing attached to this agenda item. The fiscal year 2024-2025 budget, as adopted by council, will require raising more revenue from property taxes than in the prior budget of the city of Kyle for fiscal year 23-24. Section 102.007 of the Texas Local Government Code provides that when adoption of a budget that will require raising more revenue from property taxes than in the previous year, the council must, it requires a separate vote of the city council to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the budget. And the city council's vote under this subsection is in addition to and separate from the vote to adopt the budget or a vote to set the tax rate. So as a reminder, the current tax rate is 46.93. No new revenue tax rate, 45.62. Voter approval tax rate, 46.93. And the tax rate that City Council just adopted is 46.93. For tax year 2024 or fiscal year 2025, property tax rates for the City of Kyle are as follows. The adopted tax rate, $46.93 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation. No new revenue tax rate of 0.4562 per 100, and voter approval tax rate of 0.4693. The adopted tax rate is higher than the no revenue tax rate. Adoption of an ordinance is required to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the budget for fiscal year 2024-2025 that will raise more revenue from property tax than in the prior fiscal year. Staff recommendation, in order to comply with the requirements of the tax code, staff recommends approval of this ordinance on second reading. And Mayor, a roll call vote by City Council is requested.
All right, does anybody have anything to add on this item?
Yeah, I just want to say, just a reminder that everything that we're funding, when we're looking at our CIP, we're looking at our police department, we're looking at the parks that we're upgrading, everything that we're funding in this budget is a reflection of the tax rate we talked about early in the year. And if we want to do less funding in our parks, less funding in our police department, less funding throughout the city, then we would have dropped the rate. So just letting you know that all the great things that we asked for, we have to pay for. So that's the reason we adopted the rate we're adopting right now, is to pay for all those great projects we're looking at funding. So if we're not looking at funding these things, then let's change the tax rate. This is a good time to do it.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve. All right, motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Heiser. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Tobias,
This one, yes.
I'm sorry, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Zuniga,
No. Ratified.
Parsley,
Yes.
Heiser,
Yes.
Rizzo.
Yes.
All right, motion carries 6-1. Next up, agenda item 39, first reading, consider approval of an ordinance reaffirming and authorizing the building permit fees as presented in the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. This item has a public hearing. Ms. McCollum.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is an agenda item in accordance with state law that really is related to building fees and making sure that those are ratified, separate and outside of the approval process. The building fees were substantially modified in April of this year. There is a couple of amendments that have been proposed and included in the entire budget at this point in time, but I'm really looking at holding this public hearing to ratify those that are included in the budget.
All right, this item has a public hearing. If there are no objections, I'm going to open the public hearing now. Seeing none, the public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wants to come forward? All right, seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Motion to approve.
So moved.
All right, motion by the mayor, second by Mayor Pro Tem that we approve agenda item 39. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 6-0. Item 40 looks good, but we have to backtrack. We'll just leave it there for now.
Can we do one more for first and final?
For Bear to come back and do first and final.
On that one, on the 39. 39.
I'd be interested in a 5-minute break. All right, we'll do, but it's 5 minutes on the dot. 10:25, everybody back? I have to go to the bathroom.
To redo that vote?
Yeah, we'll redo it.
Evening, Mayor and Council. Amber Smites, Assistant City Manager for the record. This agenda item and the next 5 all have the same presentation. They're all related to the same project, but they do require separate motions and a roll call vote on each of these. So we're asking you to take them up separately for that reason. If we can get the presentation pulled up. This project is related to the Cypress Road Utilities Project. We brought this to you before. It is a project that was contemplated in the Blanco River Ranch Development Agreement. It is for a utility easement to serve the Savannah Ranch, now called Clara Vista Project, with wastewater. The first thing to go in there will be a forest main to serve the project. It's a 35-foot wide easement, and it will have the ability to put in other future utility lines as well. Here's what the alignment looks like. It follows and crosses Cypress Road to Center Street. The council approved the alignment at the April 2nd, 2024 City Council meeting. It's currently under design and appraisals have been completed. After we've made a bona fide offer based on the appraisals, our efforts to acquire the property have been unsuccessful. And so here's for parcel 4 for Charlene Gibson. We need 5,659 square feet here. Parcel 5 for Mary Lee Gibson, we need 4,444 square feet. Parcel 7, Shanae and Carl Sanderson, we need 993 square feet. Parcel 8, Mary Lee Gibson again, we need 1,986 square feet. Parcel 9, Charlene Gibson, 1,772 square feet. Finally, parcel 11, for Aguilar, Falcone, and Stone, we need 4,522 square feet. And so tonight before you, we have a resolution for a PCN. The PCN determines whether or not the city's acquisition of this piece of real estate is necessary to effectuate a public use. And we find that the Cypress Road Utilities Project is necessary and required to promote the public health and safety and welfare of the community, and the acquisition of the identified property is required to complete the project. once we issue the PCN, then we can initiate eminent domain proceedings if necessary to acquire the property. The options before you tonight are to approve or deny, and we recommend that you approve the resolution.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Schmeitz. The only thing I want to add to the conversation is these aren't going to be the last of these items. We're going to see quite a few more coming over the months and, maybe even into next year probably. This is a result of major water and wastewater improvement projects as well as $294 million road bonds. Some of those roads cross, 10, 20, 30, 40 parcels of land, and we negotiate fairly with the majority of them. But in this case, the power of eminent domain, while an awesome and very scary thing that we should take with reverence and not ever use unless we have no other choice, it will be required for us to keep these road projects on schedule, which is very important for the community. It is the #1 priority of the city that we keep these moving forward. And so I just want to say that that's why this is coming forward. If we don't, these projects could be delayed by months and years, frankly. So, Councilmember Tobias.
Yes, Mayor, due to this agenda item, I'm going to need to recuse my vote on this.
On 31?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Do I need to leave or can I stay here?
Are we're taking them one at a time, so.
We're going to take them one at a time. So we're going to do 28. When we get to 31,
yes,
you can defer to the
Yeah,
attorney as long as you stay silent and fill out the form. I think
Correct.
you'll
You
be
can
fine.
recuse yourself. I don't think there's going to be any more further discussion, so I think you can just recuse yourself on the vote.
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 28. All right, motion by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Heiser that we approve agenda
Mayor,
item
can
28.
you read the motion that was given to you?
I forgot about that. All right,
Okay.
let me do that again. All right. I move that the city of Kyle authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire permanent utility easement of 993 square feet from property owned by Shanae R. Sanderson and Carl J. Sanderson and described in agenda item 28 for the public use of constructing and operating public water and wastewater infrastructure improvements. All right, motion by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Heiser. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Heiser?
Yes.
Tobias?
Yes.
Parsley?
Yes.
Rizzo?
Yes.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Zuniga?
Yes.
All right. Motion carries 7-0. I'm told I have to read all of these out as well, so y'all are going to get, sorry about this. Consider agenda item 29, consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, a 1,986 square foot permanent utility easement as described in Exhibit 4 from that certain remnant portion of a called 11.95 acre tract conveyed to Mary Lee Gibson Riggins and recorded at volume 719, page 89 of the deed records of Hayes County, Texas, for the public use and purpose of construction of public water and wastewater infrastructure improvements. I would like I move that the city of Kyle authorize the use of power of eminent domain to acquire a permanent utility easement of 1,986 square feet from property owned by Mary Lee Gibson and described in agenda item 29 for the public use of constructing and operating public water and wastewater infrastructure improvements. Is there discussion? Oh, is there a second? All right, motion by the mayor, second by Councilmember Heiser is that we approve agenda item 29 is read. Is there discussion on that motion? Roll call vote.
Tobias?
Aye.
Parsley?
Aye.
Rizzo?
Aye.
Harris?
Yes.
Zuniga?
Yes.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Heiser?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item 30, consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, a 1,772 square foot permanent utility easement as described in Exhibit 4 out of a called 1.4 acre tract conveyed to Charlene Gibson Alexander and recorded at volume 719, page 89 of the deed records of Hayes County, Texas, for the public use and purpose of construction of public water and wastewater infrastructure improvements. I move that the city of Kyle authorize the use of power of eminent domain to acquire permanent utility easement of 1,772 square feet from the property owned by Charlene Gibson and described in agenda item 30 for the public use of constructing and operating public water and wastewater infrastructure improvements.
Second.
Motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Parsley. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Harris?
Here, yes.
Zuniga?
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Tobias. Heiser,
Yeah.
Rizzo,
Yes.
Parsley.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item 31, consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, a 4,522 square foot permanent utility easement as described in Exhibit 4 out of a called 14.01 acre tract conveyed to Jesse N. Falcone and Minerva L. Falcone in a deed recorded at volume 1160, page 421 of the deed records of Hayes County, Texas, for the public use and purpose of construction of public water and wastewater infrastructure improvements. I move that the City of Kyle authorize the use of power of eminent domain to acquire a permanent utility easement of 4,522 square feet from the property owned by Michelle and Jesse Aguilar. Okay, there's just more in this than is in the agenda, more names in the motion that are in the agenda language. That's okay? All right. By Michelle and Jesse Aguilar, Melissa and Stephen Stone, and Melinda Falcone. The agenda language says Minerva Falcone, so we've got some issues with this one. Minerva, Minerva's the old city secretary. It's Minerva. All right.
Yeah, but Minerva's no longer here.
Okay. The motion says Melinda. All right, Melissa and
Yeah,
Stephen
'cause Minerva
Sloan
passed away,
and Melinda Falcone, and described in agenda item 31 for the public use of constructing and operating public water and wastewater infrastructure improvements. That was a motion.
Second.
All right, motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Harris that we approve agenda item 31 as described. Is there discussion on the motion? We have one recusal. One roll call vote, please.
Rizzo,
Yes.
Parsley,
Aye.
Zuniga,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Heiser,
Yes.
Tobias is recused.
All right, motion carries 6-0.
Harris.
Yes.
Sorry. All right, motion carries 6-0. Next up, where do I stop? 32?
Yes.
32 more to go? All right. Next up, agenda item 32, consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, a 5,659 square foot permanent utility easement as described in Exhibit 4 from that certain 3-acre tract conveyed to Charlene Gibson Lawrence and recorded at document number 16008523 of the official public records of Hayes County, Texas, for the public use and purpose of construction of public water and wastewater infrastructure improvements. I move that the City of Kyle authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire a permanent utility easement of 5,659 square feet from property owned by Charlene Gibson and described in agenda item 32 for the public use of constructing and operating public water and wastewater infrastructure improvements.
Second.
Motion by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Harris, that we approve agenda item 32 as read. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Heiser,
Yes.
Rizzo,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Tobias, Parsley, Zuniga.
Yes.
All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item 33, consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, a 4,044 square foot permanent utility easement as described in Exhibit 4 from that certain remnant portion of a called 10.55 acre tract conveyed to Charlene Gibson Alexander and recorded at volume 719, page 89 of the deed of records of Hayes County, Texas, for the public use and purpose of construction of public water and wastewater infrastructure improvements. I move that the City of Kyle authorize the use of power of eminent domain to acquire a permanent utility easement of 4,044 square feet from the property owned by Mary Lee Gibson and described in agenda item 33 for the public use and constructing and operating public water and wastewater infrastructure improvements. Motion by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Parsley. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Zuniga,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Heiser,
Yeah.
Tobias,
Yes.
Parsley,
Aye.
Rizzo,
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes. All right. Motion carries 7-0. This one's agenda item 34. Consider approval of the resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, a 23,335 square foot permanent water line easement as described in Exhibit 4 from that certain remnant portion of an 18.5754 acre tract conveyed to James Sterling Maddox and Janet Catherine Maddox by deed recorded as documented number 180051238 of the official public records of Hays County, Texas, for the public use and purpose of constructing a water line and appurtenances.
Appurtenances.
Oh, gosh. Last word of all of that. Wow. All right. Councilmember Schmeitz. Appurtenances?
Appurtenances, yes.
What does that mean? I won't ask you. Go ahead.
Doesn't
with your
that mean
presentation.
Accessories to infrastructure, necessary for the
As it relates
infrastructure.
to infrastructure in the item presented.
Yes.
That doesn't mean
yes.
apertures? That sounds like it's a apertures.
I think we're all making ourselves look bad here.
Might be a little
All
punchy
right.
right now at
Ms.
10:40
Schmeitz,
at night. Amber Schmeitz, Assistant City Manager for the record. We have a Marketplace Waterline project for you tonight and an easement necessary to execute that project. We've showed this project to you before. Here's where y'all have considered it. It will be a water line from the southbound frontage road all the way up Marketplace to Burleson. This water line project is important because it creates a loop or redundancy in our water system, so we really need this water line constructed here. We have the project designed at 90%. We've completed an appraisal and we've made an offer, and to date, our efforts to acquire the property have been unsuccessful. Here's what we need from the property to construct the water line. It's 23,335 square feet. Once again, the PCN, you're asked to approve a resolution to approve a PCN here as well, which says that this property is necessary for a public project.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Amber? I move that the City of Kyle authorize the use of power of eminent domain to acquire a permanent utility easement of 23,335 square feet from property owned by James and Janet Maddox and described in Agenda Item 34 for the public use of constructing and operating a public water line and appurtenances. All right, motion by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Parsley. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Heiser?
Yes.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Parsley?
Yes.
Zuniga?
Yes.
Rizzo?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Tobias?
All right. Motion carries 7-0. Do we want to just, I'm sorry, I'm just thinking of a joke from our Google Fiber friend that's been here this whole time. Never mind. Next up, Agenda Item 35, consider approval of a non-exclusive public right-of-way license agreement with Google Fiber Texas LLC. Ms. Schmeitz.
Amber Schmeitz, Assistant City Manager for the record. Very, very excited item for you tonight. We waited all this time. We have John Michael Cortez with Google Fiber here. If you have any questions, want to talk to him about this, but the City of Kyle is getting Google Fiber. Clear back in June of 2023, Google Fiber came to council, presented that they were ready to start deploying their services here. Since then, we've been working on this right-of-way license agreement in support of our broadband service expansion. So tonight we get to announce that the City of Kyle is the first in Hays County and the first city located along the I-35 corridor between Austin and San Antonio to receive Google Fiber optic internet services. Here is some information about Google Fiber, and I might let John Michael talk to this more, but basically, we're so excited to have them here. Here's where they operate. Here's the terms of the agreement. We grant permission for Google Fiber to use and occupy the right-of-way. They have to apply for and receive permits to work. They have to restore and repair anything that they damage or upset in their work in a timely fashion. They have a right. We have a right to reject certain contractors and subcontractors based on performance. They have to comply with our micro-trenching policy, which I'll get to in a little bit. They have to have a performance bond of $100,000 for all of their permits. They have to carry insurance at $2 million with listing the city as an additional insured. We receive a license fee of 1% of gross revenues, and the term of the agreement is 20 years with auto renewals of 5-year terms. So the next step, we will be bringing back for you to consider a microtrenching details and general notes. We're currently discussing those with the Google Fiber team to make sure they they work hand in hand. We will also update the Code of Ordinances to include micro-trenching as a permitted method to deploy telecommunications infrastructure in the city of Kyle. So options tonight is to approve the agreement as presented, approve with modifications, or deny. And staff recommends approval. And John Michael, do you want to get up and say a few words? We made you wait all this time.
Thank you, Amber. Mayor, Council, for the record, John Michael Cortez. I'm the head of Government and Community Affairs for G Fiber here in Texas. And as Amber said, we're very excited to be here tonight and to achieve this milestone, which is really the green light for us, assuming that the council finds this item favorably, for us to start investing in design and detailed engineering and permitting so that we can begin to expand our network to serve residents and small businesses here in the city of Kyle, and we're super excited. I want to thank the city manager and the entire team. They've been great to work with. We still have a little bit of work to do, but we're pretty close. But this is a great milestone for us, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Does anybody have any questions for John Michael in particular? Councilmember Harris.
When do you expect to start construction or laying cable?
Well, we're in the business of trying to underpromise and overdeliver. So I'll say that construction, conservatively, we think we would start in 2026. Of course, we will do as much as we can to work with the city to move that to the left. But the good thing about the way that we build our network is we don't need to build the entire city before we start turning it on. Service will be activated as neighborhoods are completed. And so we will have also our first customers as segments of our network are completed sometime in 2026.
Thank you.
I just want to say that a couple things. Number one, I want to give a lot of kudos to Amber because we've had some consternation, with Google Fiber. I think you were the unfortunate recipient of some bad will towards some of our previous vendors, and not even the actual vendors, but their subcontractors who worked in the neighborhoods and angered and upset a lot of folks with their quality of work. And so when you first came here, Amber was in the middle of all of that. And so I have a lot of confidence because I watched, and I think most of council saw this because I wasn't the only one getting all the emails and follow-ups, but I watched as Amber hawked down every single issue on behalf of the customer to ensure that the subcontractors were held accountable for the promises they made about the quality of their work. And so I know that she was able to do that then with a blue chip company like Google Fiber. I have a high degree of confidence that your program, as you deliver it, is going to be received well over time. I hope that ends up being the case. And also just want to say that I appreciate the conversations that we had last year about your vision for Google Fiber and what it can bring to the city. You have choices. You guys obviously have lots of choices. And so not only are you choosing Kyle, but you stuck with us for the last 14 months. And I know that's hard, but your patience is appreciated. And I hope that you find that the way that we negotiated with you was honorable and that we worked through the issues straightforward so that you could have some confidence to get to this point to know that your time was not wasted. And so I do appreciate you very much.
It was absolutely a pleasure to work with your team.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Tobias.
Yep. I'm sure you remember Councilmember Parsley.
Yes.
She was the first one, and she drilled you day one. But yeah, that's exactly what the mayor said. And I believe, were you the company that was also going to be looking at putting certain types of substations throughout the neighborhood? At one time, maybe was it your company that was going to put like antenna towers in certain areas
No,
to
sir,
provide for that?
That wouldn't be us.
That would be you. Okay, all right. Well, we're excited as well. We have a lot of other companies that are in the neighborhood, so once the time comes, you'll probably again hear a lot of us stress to you about the contractors that you use, because that's our number one issue we have with residents is that their yards get torn up, water gets used in areas where they shouldn't be, and so. But we're excited that you're coming, so thank you.
We're excited to come too.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just want to extend that, how excited we are to have such options now as a city. I mean, growing up as a kid, we had rabbit ears. Everybody in Kyle had rabbit ears. And then when I became a teenager, we got Time Warner Cable. We were like, wow, this is great, right? And then rates started going up. We saw when there's no competition, we can see the rates going up, right? And then Spectrum was here for a long time, but now to see all the providers that are coming into our city that are now giving our residents an option, it's important. And, it keeps the market in a great place as well. But to see the type of services are coming now, the amount of gigs that we're getting now is really important, especially for our business world. As people are working now from home, that's important. I mean, there's so many times that I look on social media and people are like, I'm trying to get my work done, but the internet's gone. I mean, and it's tough, and they're complaining, but now we have options. We have better services coming in as well, so really excited. But yeah, just I'm excited for the options. I mean, I remember when Kyle had rabbit ears, so super excited to have this, and I remember the dial-up as well. So I'm showing my age, but yeah, it's really exciting to have y'all here. So thank y'all for coming.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Motions? I'm tired of motioning.
Yeah, you're going to bring us to the high-tech age.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 35 as written.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Parsley to approve agenda item 35. Is there discussion on the motion? Welcome to Kyle. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0.
Thank you all
Thank you
very
very much. All right, next up, agenda item 40, public hearing concerning the expansion of the boundaries of tax increment reinvestment zone number 4 pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 311 of the Texas Tax Code. Thanks for hanging with us, Stephanie.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Stephanie Libby, Rose Fulbright, Bond Counsel for the city. Quick presentation related to potential expansion for tax increment zone number 4, and then we'll have public hearing. We're not asking for any council action tonight. So Tourist 4 was created in connection with development of Limestone Creek. What we have is a proposal to expand tourist boundaries. Through the expansion of the tourist boundaries, the county and city would both, or it's proposed that the city and county would both participate in the tours at 50% of tourist expansion. The funds realized from the zone as expanded are designed to bring in regional improvements to the tours itself, primarily a Goforth Road expansion, some improvements to the Quail Ridge subdivision, both streets and drainage, and then also some type of facility within Tourist 4, which could be designated as either an administrative, community, or recreational facility that would be jointly used by both the city and the county. Below is just a general kind of line item associated with the costs associated with the tours. And so it's projected there'd be $75 million for Goforth Road, $10 million for the Quail Ridge improvements, and then $15 million for the city-county facility. This is just a presentation for when it would be expected that those funds would be expended so that the projects could come online. And then this slide shows TERS revenues from both the city and the county that would come in over the term of the TERS. The TERS is currently set for expiration, I think, in 2054. It's not proposed that the term itself would be extended. Again, this shows just more of a line item for how the funds would come in on an annual basis. And then prior steps and next steps associated with TERS expansion. We'll have the public hearing tonight associated with the plan. We're scheduled to go to Hays County September 17th to do a presentation to Commissioners Court, receive their feedback on the plan, and then they'll potentially consider the interlocal agreement to allocate funding. After Hays County approves the plan and the interlocal agreement, we'll come back to City Council for formal approval of the tourist plan itself. Happy to answer any questions that you all may have, and if none, we can move on to the public hearing.
All right. As Stephanie said, this is just a public hearing, not listed for action. Does anybody have any questions on this particular item?
No, I just want to say I'm looking forward to this infrastructure being put in, especially because you look at the flooding that goes in at Quail Cool Ridge is pretty intense. I mean, half of the subdivision gets flooded out when we have intense rain, so to see us putting a real investment in mitigating that flooding, I mean, I'm excited, but the roadway itself, I mean, to have north-south connectivity is important, especially when we see backups on I-35. We see it almost once a week, you'll have a big backup, so it's important to have north-south connectivity. The Go Forth Road expansion is important, so really looking forward to this project, so I'm excited.
Anyone else? All right, if there are no objections, I'm going to open the public hearing. Seeing none, the public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak? Do I need to close it, Stephanie, or keep it open? All right. Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Next up, agenda item 41, consider approval to award RFP 2024 RB06 to Capital Excavation for the Marketplace Avenue extension in an amount not to exceed $7,704,628.40. Ms. Truelove, this is the first of 9 to come, right?
Yes, we're very excited to be here. Rosie Truelove, Director of Administrative Services. In November of 2022, the City of Kyle voters proposed Proposition A, a road bond for 8 transportation projects across Kyle, totaling 10.3 total miles of new location, reconstruction, and widening projects to improve our transportation network. This project will connect the northern and southern segments of Marketplace Avenue from 1626 to Kohler's Crossing, noting that the existing segment from 1626 to Old Bridge Trail will be widened to match the new section. In December 2023, the Marketplace Avenue project was approved by council. We issued an RFP, a competitive sealed proposal, on July 8th. On August 8th, the proposals were received for the construction contract. We had an approximate estimate of $11 million for this particular project. We received 6 submittals prior to our deadline, which we thought was a good submission rate for this. Those submittals were from Capital Excavation, Cash Construction, Easy Bell Construction, Joe Bland Construction, Aaron Concrete Contractors, and Smith Contracting Company. Our evaluation criteria consisted of evaluating the contract price, the contractor's experience and qualifications, and the proposed schedule. You can see from the matrix here, the highest ranked firm was Capital Excavation, with a significant difference between Capital Excavation and Cash Construction as a second-ranked firm. I would also note that Capital Excavation provided the lowest proposed price on this particular project as well. At a proposed cost of $7,704,628. Estimated start date for construction is October 7th, 2024, not 2025. We're not going to come back in time to finish it on August 11th, 2025.
You're going to go back in time to finish?
Yeah, we're not going to do that. We can't time travel, at least not yet. But we can recommend that we approve the contract.
When will we have a groundbreaking?
We will have a groundbreaking. We are anticipating that near the start of the construction of the project. So I don't know that Rachel has quite a date yet, but I would imagine in early October.
October?
Yeah, because we anticipate construction will start on or around October 7th.
Okay. I actually have one more question, if that's okay, on this one. The Vibe Trail, I noticed Will's probably gone, but the Vibe Trail that's proposed, I just wanted to, couldn't tell if in the engineering, if the cornering, like when it makes a hard corner, is it curvilinear? In other words, this trail is meant to be ridden on by bikes and, strollers and joggers and a variety of things, and would want to make sure that the pathway doesn't just do a hard turn, because that's not the way that this Vibe Trail should be constructed. It should not have hard corners on it. So I know it's way late in the game to see this, but I just wanted to make sure that's not coming.
I'm going to ask Melissa if she knows. Or, Will did leave, I'm sorry.
Curve, but it's.
Yeah, I don't know
if I don't say
the
it now.
concrete answer to that.
Are you saying like
The
curves,
southern-
Mayor?
Right, if you
Yeah.
ever see when
Up in the purple.
sidewalks
Yeah, right-
get
right
cut,
near
they have like a
1626.
hard 90-degree angle. If you're on a golf cart or a bike, you're not gonna, you're gonna have to stop
Yeah.
and turn. Like it's supposed to flow. It's
Exactly, 'cause-
designed for
Yeah.
movement of a variety of.
Yeah, because
So
I
just wanted-
know that some of the sidewalks just zigzag like a
Right.
snake, and it's
Well,
kind of hard for
there
people
are
to
good
run.
ones that are in our neighborhoods, and there are some bad ones that are exactly that.
Must be a
Well,
reason.
The one on 2770 is the worst at that.
Listen,
Those
these
jagged
are
edges.
these are
Yeah.
lines on a map to provide scale
I know,
for pictures.
but it made
so,
me think of it. I
yeah.
just wanted to make sure.
But yes, this is not this harsh of a line like that by any means. So
Is it a hard cut, or are that just like the one next to the Public Safety Center that we constructed? If you go and view, it's curvilinear the way that it goes right through. So that's this section. I want to make sure this matches with the design of the one next to the Public Safety Center. So you may not have the answer to that, but I would love for you to look into it and just confirm
Yeah.
it.
We
can
can
do
look
that.
at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Certainly the southern section to make sure, I think the point's well taken, that it's not just a hard right turn.
Yeah.
As we
That's
go
poor
through there.
design. So-
we'll look at that, and we'll get you that. We'll send that to the council.
Who's doing the design? Is Capital Excavation doing the design of the vibe as well? Or
No,
it's already done?
they're constructing it.
Construction. They're
Yes.
Joe, do you not know? You don't have the answer on this one?
Yeah, because we're taking this hard turn like that off of BB, so.
this, I mean, I will say for the scale of this map, it was just kind of generally trying to show location, like this purple line. It's definitely, please, it's not the engineering focus of it, but we can definitely.
I would like it just to be a straight sidewalk, just without the curves and everything else.
You want the hard corners?
I mean, don't just
He
a
doesn't.
straight, sidewalk.
Yeah, but it has to, because it has
Has to
to
line
follow
up.
the contours around all of our new water infrastructure. And I just don't want it to go
And
hard corner right into it like
And
that.
it's by the Public Safety
The
Center, right?
design,
Yeah.
right, the schematic is showing, Mayor and Council, it is showing a little bit of a curve. It's not meandering. I mean, it is a 90-degree turn, but it's curved, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And then what we'll do is,
90 degrees is really hard.
Well,
Yeah.
that's because
that's a
that's
90.
because the folks
You
who
do have to
dedicated the
turn.
right of way wanted to, yeah, obviously they're
But-
gonna give the least amount possible, but that's okay, just, we need to consider a low-speed vehicle going 12 miles an hour, is it gonna be, an issue there? Because you could be meeting other folks, so.
right, there are other things, Mayor, I think you said it best, it's what was dedicated, but within the constraints of the right-of-way, it does curve, although it's a 90-degree curve. It's not as sharp, as Melissa said, as it looks, but what we'll do is we'll go back and we'll see if there's, because it's an easy change, whatever flexibility there is within the right-of-way we'll take.
Okay,
All
I'm
right.
thankful that y'all are gonna take a look at that and just make sure that
Yeah, because
it functions the way we want it to.
for me, 90 degrees, you're telling me 90 degrees, that's a straight L. I mean, that's what a 90-degree turn is, a straight L. I mean, you're turning completely left or right. So I'd like to see maybe a 65, 70, but a 90-degree, that's really tight.
And not to argue.
Yeah.
Well, the radius of the turn is
Right,
really,
no,
really
exactly.
matters.
But remember, 90 degrees can be more harsh if you're on a 5-foot sidewalk as opposed to something as wide as I mean, it's no getting around that it's 90 degrees, but it'll be a little bit more manageable because it's a wider facility.
We'll take a look and see what we can do in the right-of-way that we have. The right-of-way was dedicated, they were trying to maintain as much of their property for development as possible on that site, so we'll look at it.
No,
and-
we're trying to make the vibe trail perfectly designed and they go around it. You know what I mean? Like, yes, use it efficiently, but no, don't sacrifice the architecture and flow of our preeminent trail for this because of the developers wanting to give 20 feet of less land. That's the way I would approach it. It's a really important
Let me
part.
see if we can look at the actual design of that area and bring that back.
Okay.
We weren't really prepared for that discussion.
I know.
We can do that.
I understand. I'm sorry for springing that on you.
So how much road is it being built? How much road is being built right there, the extension part? Because I really am impressed with their prices, with their bid. I mean, they were better than the other four.
I'm just looking to see if we have the exact length in the presentation, and I don't know that I have that in the presentation.
10.3 miles.
No, that's.
No, that's the total for,
Oh.
I think it's the shortest of all the roads.
Just mark it.
Mayor, council, the entire road is just shy of, it's about 0.6 of a mile.
Yeah.
And I don't have the exact measurement, but a little bit more than half is the new alignment. And the remaining is the widening, as was pointed out, of the existing road. There's also a lot of drainage infrastructure that is going into the road. Because the drainage over there doesn't look like it's pretty complicated.
Well, that's really good. No, I'm glad to see that they came in under, maybe use them up more as we build other roads.
we were happy to see the pricing that we got from all the bidders on this particular
That's two in a
project.
row. The retail roads project also came in, the one at brick and mortar, it came in within budget too. So it's a good omen because we know we got a couple of these projects down the road where we're going to need it.
Yeah.
And what we don't want is to start sacrificing scope.
Right, we don't want to,
Which is what we did on Philomena, by the way.
quality, but we want
That's what we
good
did.
price value.
And Lehman. Motions?
Capital.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 41.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Heiser, second by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo. We approve agenda item 41. Is there discussion on the motion?
Yeah, just, again, excited about this roadway with the new public safety center, seeing the officers able to transition through here, but also, you know, the residents. I mean, Marketplace is something that we've needed for a long time. To see it complete is great.
I agree. And it gives because that Kyle Crossing, which is the only way to go north without going around 1626, because of the historic bridge, goes down to a one-lane road, and it's just not what you need. This is a huge piece of connectivity for the city, for sure.
But the biggest milestone here is that our first project from our road bond is now getting started. And I'd love to see when we have project 2 and 3 down the road really quickly. So excited about the first project being done, especially since we passed the bond almost 2 years ago. So it's great.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Okay, I almost forgot, but we have to go back to 39 because Councilmember Heiser was out, and we're trying to get the final approved. So I'd like to make a motion to reconsider agenda item number 39. All right, motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. I'd like to motion to approve. Motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Parsley to approve agenda item 39. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Is there any objection to this item being finally passed? Seeing none, this item is finally passed. No, we took a break instead. That was awesome. What was the other one?
25.
All right, is there any objection to item number 25 being finally passed? Are you sure? 25?
Now,
It's not listed as first reading.
25?
Mm-mm.
Yes, it is 25. We just forgot to
it's an
put,
ordinance.
we just forgot to
All
put
right.
first reading on it.
It's 25. Is there any objection to item number 25 being finally passed? All right, seeing none, it's finally passed. All right, next up is agenda item 42. Consider approval of a resolution creating a mosquito surveillance and abatement policy for the city of Kyle. Ms. Schmeitz. Here we go.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Amber Smites, Assistant City Manager for the record. So here's a little bit of history about the item before you tonight. We received a complaint about a detention pond and a channel that are not maintained and do not properly drain, collecting water on the bottom. Stagnant water allows mosquitoes to multiply. Mosquitoes can carry West Nile virus and other diseases, causing a public health concern. So in response to the complaint, the council directed us to prepare a plan for handling mosquito issues. After that, we met with Hays County to learn about their efforts and potential collaboration opportunities. We learned that the county used to have a mosquito spraying program, but they received pushback and the program is no longer active. Right now, all they do is perform mosquito surveillance and they track cases of West Nile virus. So we prepared a mosquito surveillance and abatement policy for your consideration tonight. So the surveillance piece of the program, right now, Hays County is currently monitoring 19 locations in the city of Kyle. No West Nile virus has been detected, and those are the locations that they're currently monitoring. They have a link on their website that you can go check that out. What we would like to do in addition to that is set out traps at additional locations based on complaints received for targeted monitoring. And then once we trap those mosquitoes, we would send them to the state laboratory in Austin for testing and reporting as well. So that would be in addition to what Hays County is doing. So ours would be complaint basis only. Then to control mosquito, we propose these measures: source reduction, removing or eliminating sources that are currently breeding mosquitoes. So we're going to monitor our end on that. We're going to proactively pursue mowing, pond maintenance, channel improvements, and other improvements to get rid of those breeding habitats for mosquitoes. And then we're going to encourage that homeowners, property owners, HOAs, they do the same thing. We're also planning to deploy public education. We'll use our internet, website, presentations, press releases to talk about our current risk level, mosquito population, and disease status. And then we propose 2 pesticide applications, the first of which is larvicide application. It targets mosquito larvae and is available in different forms. It's BTI. We'll talk about that a little bit more. And then adulticide application would only be considered if there was a West Nile virus outbreak, and that would mean multiple animals, people that have actually West Nile. And it requires a permit from the TCEQ to apply that pesticide. This is kind of hard to read up there, but this is a chart that explains how we will measure what risk level we're in, and it correlates our response, and then the surveillance that we're going to perform, and then the control measures that we will deploy in response to the risk level that we're at. And so risk level number 1 says it's normal mosquito activity with no evidence of a virus or disease detected during the past 3 years. And then our response to that is going to be normal. We're going to do optional surveillance, again, complaint-based surveillance. And then our control measures is just to use public information to promote source reduction and personal protection. Risk level 2 would be the normal mosquito activity with little or no evidence of the disease. And then if we have a historical presence of the disease or virus, then we would be in risk level 2. And so our response is going to be enhanced. Surveillance will be strongly encouraged, and we're going to deploy public education, source reduction, and BTI application. And in that, in BTI application, we would contract with a third-party mosquito spraying company that would come out and spray in targeted areas.
And this is in normal activity with little or no evidence? We would spray?
Correct. We could.
Why would we?
You can make changes to this policy if you would like. If you don't like the. This is only if we detected West Nile virus in the last 3 years. We have historical evidence of having West Nile virus, so that would be the reason we would.
We're trying to provide some context of when you would spray, what the control measures would be. I know that the council's direction was just to look at some kind of spraying program. My experience with this and for the council is that whether you spray or not spray, you will be criticized either way, and which is a lot of the things that we look at in local government.
You have some PTSD from Burleson on this. Is
This
what
is
I
a
remember.
Denton issue,
Oh,
and
Denton.
it is very much, there's concerns about the environment, be concerns about what chemicals you're using. There'll also be concerns from people who say you're not spraying. So it's a difficult issue, and looking at this with some of these risk levels is the best way I've seen to approach it. But they're not perfect. Councilmember Harris, if there's different ways that you'd like to approach it, we wanted to get some buy-in from the council of what would be the program before we just go out and start spraying. Because as I said, if you spray, you will get complaints about the spraying, and we want to make sure that you're aware of that and you know about those issues in advance.
Does anybody have any thoughts, comments? Councilmember Harris?
I would prefer to not see spraying start at level 2. I think we need to have some evidence that there is a mosquito-borne whether it be West Nile or Zika or any of the other mosquito-bornes would be fine, but I would not like to see it start at level 2. Because that's
Certainly.
normal activity. You know, there may be a mosquito that's caught in Georgetown, which they have been, and or Round Rock, which is in a 100-mile radius that we had talked about on that, and that's highly unlikely to affect our community in any way.
Right, and this would only be for mosquitoes that have evidence of disease in the city of Kyle. We would not deploy a spraying program for something that had been detected in Georgetown.
Okay.
This is only within city of Kyle proposed.
And I would suggest that we not start spraying at level 2.
Sure. And I will just say I drew the short straw when when we were talking about mosquitoes, and I know more about mosquitoes than I ever cared to know, and about how they react to the pesticides. So it's been a fun couple weeks.
Yeah, it's hard to get rid of them with spraying. You know, they just come right back.
Yes.
And the spraying is expensive and it
Source
damages
reduction
the
is your
environment.
best.
Absolutely.
Your best defense against mosquitoes. So we're definitely going to encourage that. And so we just work our way through the risk levels. Number 3 is that we've isolated mosquitoes, and we've seen that they have tested positive for the disease. Our response is that that's a public health concern. We're going to increase our surveillance, and then we're going to deploy public education, source reduction, BTI application at that point, and then increase our surveillance efforts. Risk level 4, multiple mosquito pools collected at different times and locations test positive for the virus diseases. Single human case confirmed with laboratory testing, that becomes a public health warning. Our surveillance is increased, and again, public education, source reduction, and then we would intensify our BTI application. And finally, number 5, that would be considered an outbreak. Multiple human cases must be confirmed by laboratory testing. That would be a public health alert. Surveillance would be increased. We would be notifying the public, press releases. We would have medical responses, and that would be the targeted adulticide application, which I said would require a TCEQ permit before we could apply that. So the options for you tonight to approve the mosquito surveillance and abatement policy as presented, approve with modifications. As I heard tonight, we would like to remove the BTI application at risk level 2, and you could not approve the policy presented.
All right, does anybody have any comments? I'm fine with the proposed amendment.
Yeah, I'm
Mayor
good,
Pro
but
Tem.
just want to make everybody aware that we did have West Nile detected here in Hays County. Our first case was here in Dripping Springs just a couple of weeks ago. Now with the triple E on the East Coast, which is proven to be deadly, how long before it gets here? So having some kind of plan is something that I'm really looking forward to right now. I'm glad that, the big thing is something we talked about is mitigation, right? Making sure we're getting rid of standing water, making sure we're getting rid of places that mosquitoes can thrive on is important to me, but making sure we have a plan as well, because if something does get detected, then we want to make sure to be able to react in ample time, right? But not having a plan is not great, so having a plan is perfect, so I'm excited. But no, we did have our first case, and hopefully that's our one and only case. But us testing, is something great for the public, because now we're ensuring public safety, so it's important.
It is.
Cool.
I just want to add that we are looking at that drainage channel that's near the library that we received the complaint about. The HOA is responsible for some of the drainage channel, and then we're responsible. We went over there and cleaned up our piece of that section, and then we're talking to the HOA about making sure they get theirs cleaned up as well. So.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the proposal with the amendment that Stage 2 does not include application of the BTI.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Harris, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem, that we approve agenda item 42 with the amendment that removes BTI spray from level 2 and moves it to level 3. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilmember Tobias.
So when it says mosquito surveillance, who actually does the surveillance?
Hayes County does the surveillance, and then we propose in this policy to do it on complaint basis. Now, if we receive some positive testing or Hayes County gets positive testing, I would imagine that the city of Kyle would then deploy more testing on our own as well.
So there's like a team of people that go and surveillance the
Yes.
area.
Yep. Yeah,
exactly. They set traps and
Yes.
things like that.
Yes.
And unfortunately, it's a small team. So it takes them
One
a hard
person.
time. It's one person that goes throughout the county and sets traps in different areas. So really, it's not, he's doing the best job he can do as a person,
yeah.
right? So it's me, myself, and I. That's his team, right? So, but they're doing it, and they have found some West Nile in Hayes County, but it was just one case. So I think we're good. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully, this guy can ramp up.
Mosquito wrangler.
I was thinking, what about our new cameras? Could they pick it up?
Surveillance cameras. We're going all surveillance on these
Mosquito readers.
Yeah.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item 43, consider approval of an agreement with Thurkettle Corporation, DBA Aquametric, for the products and services to implement an AMI utility metering reading system in the amount of $2,851,705.52 via the Houston-Galveston Area Council Cooperative Contract. You're not Ms. Truelove.
Good evening,
Mr.
council.
Murphy.
For the record, Mike Murphy, Director of Water Utilities. I'm going to go through this really fast, if that's okay with everybody.
Well, yeah, but this is a big one, so, yeah.
Almost $3 million.
This is a really big deal for us. So the conversation about AMI has been going on for over 10 years. We were trying to figure out exactly how long that was, but it's been a while.
Since Robert Rizzo was elected to council.
Yeah,
Whenever he was first elected.
He's been a big part of this. So the water meters are currently read with the use of automatic meter reading system. And so what we're going to do is we're going to convert that to AMI, which is the advanced metering infrastructure. And also that we're going to have a customer dashboard that I'm sure our citizens are going to love because it's going to be very cool. Advanced meter infrastructure benefits. We'll no longer be driving by your house and disturbing you and your friends. The alerts and notifications for customers will be there will be no abnormal water consumption. And the insightful reporting of the customer management tools are there to help both the customer and the utility better understand the demands. So you can kind of read along with me here, but this is going to be a huge upgrade to our system, including the billing accuracy, which is a big deal in meter reading. So some of the things that we're doing internally, working with Aquametric, we're preparing the existing lids. We're doing that in staff, or in our garage. Not my garage, but in the Public Works garage. I don't have a garage right now. I've got a lean-to there. But anyhow, so this is going to save us a lot of time and money. We anticipate that we may be able to save as much as $100,000 on the contract and save about 60 to 80 days. So the base station and install allows communication with other meter radios. So typically you will install these on elevated storage tanks. And I think we've done a promulgation study on that. So we've identified 5 elevated storage tanks that we're going to place these on. And then we do have a replacement program due to the age and the non-compatibility of some of our meters in our system. And then we've got software updates on existing equipment that is AMI capable, which is how we're going to save a substantial amount of money. And then we're going to, Aquametric is going to coordinate with Tyler to update, which is a third-party contractor, to update the billing software to support AMI. And then we're going to develop and deploy customer dashboard, which is, like I said, it's going to be really cool. Expected project completion date is somewhere in the 6 to 8 month period. Hopefully, we're going to be able to trim some of that down by doing some work in-house, internally. But with that said, I would like to introduce a couple of gentlemen that's been waiting here all night long for us. So we got the Aquametric team right behind us, I've got Scott Cohan. Scott, raise your hand again. He's the account manager, and then Dustin Hutchinson, who is the project manager. And so these guys have been working with us. A lot of hours have gone into this project to get it to this point. And so we're excited about where we are with the project. There it is right there. We nicknamed that Wally. So anyhow, so we've got $2.9 million in our current budget to do this project. And we feel like we can bring it in at about 2.8. And the surplus money is how we're going to use Tyler, our third-party contract, to do the work. So if you have any questions, any technical questions, I'll be glad to try and answer them, but most likely it'll be one of these two gentlemen behind me here on technical questions.
How long ago did 2.9 get put into the budget?
I guess it was...
there from the beginning?
I don't really know. I wasn't here. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that much.
This is another example
Tim, do you know
of the point I made.
3 years ago.
The bid comes into the budget.
This is a gotta-go project. We gotta go on this. So but we're excited about this. This is going to help, and it's going to help our customers so that I think one of the critical things is going to be the dashboard and their ability to see if there's something wrong at their house because of the water consumption. We'll have the ability to call the homeowner and say there's something unusual about your water consumption, and you might want to get a plumber to come out and take a look at it. So those are big things, especially when we're counting every single drop of water that we're currently using.
MPT, go.
All right, so excited. Been in the mayor's right since I hit the dais. I've been really excited about AMI. It's a great system. It was brought to me by a gentleman during a TML conference in my first year as council, and I learned the importance of AMI technology and what it can be. Water, when you're looking at water conservation and you're looking at stop gaps for leakage, AMI is the way to go. I mean, you talk about a way to preserve your water. This is it. I mean, but the dashboard is something that's really incredible for residents to be able to look at their water consumption in real time off their phones. It's really, really important to detect a leak. If you're on vacation, you call your neighbor and say, hey, they got a leak at my house. You know what I mean? Instead of letting it go for a month. When I first got excited about this was because we had a business here. The owner of the business had gone to the hospital, was out for a month and a half, had a leak, and his bill went through the roof. I mean, it was crazy. But he didn't know. He was in the hospital this whole time. So but if he would have had this technology and been able to call, a friend or somebody to come turn off the water, it would have been great. He just didn't have that capability. We've seen it with other businesses. Last year, we had a business that had an enormous leak, but there was no water detective, nothing bubbling up, so he had an enormous bill as well. So this is something that can really help not only the resident, but the businesses in our area. If they have a leak, then they can detect it in real time before their bills go to the roof. And I know people can say, well, you make money when you're selling water, right? But we're trying to conserve water. We don't want it to go, in our watershed or just down the creek, so to say. But one of the things I'm really excited about this is just seeing it finally come to fruition, something I've lobbied for years, and I'm excited to move forward. But my concern is the monitoring. So with cybersecurity, hacking, everything else, who's the company's going to oversee this? What are the qualifications? What kind of staff do they have to make sure that our system doesn't get hacked? Because this is all going to be online. I mean, it's
right.
Yeah, that's my biggest concern.
Yeah. So
cybersecurity.
Marco has been working with us from almost the very beginning when I got here and we started working on this together. So he's very well aware of that. I don't know if either one of these two gentlemen want to talk about cybersecurity of the system. There's a debate going on, so we'll.
Hello, I'm Dustin Hutchinson. So all of your data would be hosted at one of Census's data centers, which are monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And as far as certifications, they pretty much have them all. So we, of course, can provide those, if you would like. But yes, sir, as far as monitoring, they do a very good job of making sure that your data is secure.
Just want to add a couple things. The system's designed to essentially be outside of the city's firewall. So The city, the system we're proposing to you is the most popular AMI system sold in Texas and the United States in general. We have about 100 fully deployed systems in Texas alone. We've never been hacked before, but if that were to happen, there's no way for them to get into the actual city, any of your software or anything, so it's completely separate. But like Dustin mentioned, there's multiple levels of security, people watching it. It's a primary licensed system, and so that means someone trying to hack in would have to be able to figure out the specific frequency code being used here, which is near impossible to do. They'd have to just guess. And then from there, the city has the ability to encrypt their meters and the radios themselves. There's multiple levels of security built into the system.
Yeah, because AMI is also going to be at our, it's not just our meters, it's also, up and down the system, to detect lines, if that's what we're talking about. I mean, making sure that we have this monitoring system up and down the lines, because we've seen how that's crucial, because if we have another freeze like we did, we're able to mitigate our water loss by attacking the bigger lines that are leaking instead of the small ones. But if we're just doing meters, we're not doing the full scope of what AMI is capable of doing.
Correct, and at this moment, this proposal was pretty much just for meters and radios, but the system has the capabilities of adding all of those sensors and adding those radios to measure just about whatever you would want to measure throughout your system.
Whether it's pressure, water quality, we can do leak detection like district metering. There's the possibilities are endless, and so the infrastructure that you're considering buying now is the backbone for all that stuff. So once the network's up, we can attach a 40 to 20 milliamp analog sensor to any of one of those sensors to our radio and send it over the air. And so there'll be plenty of opportunities for you to save more, conserve more.
I mean, even as simple as a gate switch. You could have a gate switch attached to a radio and receive an alarm if a gate is open.
Yeah, our gate switches, or even our, our elevated storage tanks. I mean, just making sure that, as a city, we're moving forward and preventing water loss for any juncture that comes up, whether it's something that's man-made or something weather-created, making sure that we can conserve our most precious resource, which is water, is the reason I'm really excited about this. But this also allows us, the ability to, work with residents, in certain areas, so it's important. I'm excited about AMI. I didn't think I'd ever see it done in my time here on council, but to see it moving forward, I just want to say thank you, because it's something that I've really lobbied for and hoped for, and it's for our residents that I wanted it, so thank you.
I have a few questions.
Councilmember Harris, sorry.
Go ahead.
So, Mike, what system do we use to detect line leaks? What system are we using to detect leaks on our lines, rather than just at the meter?
Yeah, so usually we get something from a citizen or resident or something like that, or through our SCADA system, we'll notice something happening at one of our intake points or one of our distribution points or something like that would indicate something happening. But typically the small leak, like small homes, is that what you're asking for around somebody's home or something like that?
Well, our whole distribution system.
Yeah, so it just varies in the size and location. The larger stuff, it's really easy. Wow, it's really easy.
We're gonna overwhelm Mike with all the staff up here.
Yeah.
So to answer your question directly, we do a percentage every month. It's MOB that we have for Public Works Water Utilities. It's just an acoustic, so we go to the service line on a resident's home. It's an acoustic, so we hear certain sounds that those leaks will create, and so we're looking for that. So we hit a certain number of those each month, just as a precautionary measure, just to try to identify some leaks.
And unfortunately, the city right now, when there's a leak, and if it's not bubbling up, it's going underground, then it could be a month before a resident realizes, or a property owner, or a commercial property owner as well, knows that he has a leak. So by now, his bill's gone through the roof, and we've lost a lot
Well, I
of water.
understand the property owner. What I'm asking about is the city
The
lines.
system you're talking about.
Mhm.
So that's basically done through our SCADA system where we'll notice something happen. I'm sorry, that's basically done through our SCADA system where we'll know something is going on because of loss of pressure or something like that. And then if it's a large leak in a large line, then it's gonna be kind of a devastating event where the pavement will be heaved up, or it'll be.
Well, that becomes obvious,
it'll
but
look
it's
like a
those,
g- yeah.
those slow leaks on the
That
old
go
pipe
forever.
Yeah.
that's problematic.
Yeah, yeah, so that is a problem. But I think our, the percentage of leaks since this, for Kyle is very good, as far as not leaking and losing a lot of water. Our percentages are pretty low.
A lot of our early on water projects were inflow and infiltration, I&I related to, in order
Yeah.
to try to prevent a lot of that.
Yeah.
Well, and then our pipes are pretty new
The
compared to
ones-
most.
the ones
helps
downtown, we
It helps
replaced a
having a
bunch
new
of them.
system for sure, but if you have a system like I've had in the last two cities I've worked for, where it's over 100 years old, then that is, loss of water through slow leaks is a really big problem. And it's really hard to detect if it doesn't show up on the surface.
So our pipes will age, are aging. So does AMI then have an add-on that would help us more accurately determine if our own pipes are leaking?
Short answer is yes. There's lots of different ways we can slice it. The easiest way most utilities do is just via pressure. You can put pressure points throughout the system, and there's a million different ways to do that. That way you know if pressure drops, there's a leak
That's what
somewhere.
we're doing now, right?
No, but you could. That would be like the easiest thing to do. But there's a lot of different solutions that the city could consider to do like a leak detection system throughout the distribution system. But what you're considering now is the network infrastructure for that. So the ability, so we can add all those things later and send it over the air via the same network that we're proposing now.
Interesting. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Zuniga.
Yeah, just two quick questions. Sorry, that might be kind of complicated for you, Brian. But what I'm looking at here, right, is just a
Need some
household.
more staff up here.
Very complicated. So this is just a household meter, right, that I'm looking at. Okay, so are we proposing in theory then that add one of these meters to every living unit household? Is that the plan?
Right, that's the
the
idea,
goal.
Okay.
or to enable some of the technology that we have on the existing meters to communicate back
But
with the system.
Here's what I don't understand, though. Not every household in Kyle is paying for city water, Kyle water. So we have county line. So for those residents that want the meter, are they going to be able to purchase into this,
No, this would be just for our system.
right? So then why are the residents that are not going to be able to use these meters paying for the use of meters for
They
others?
aren't.
It's not coming out of
It
the
wouldn't,
general fund, it's coming out of the water CI.
it's water and
the
wastewater fund.
Right, but only for selected users now.
Right, but that's, the revenues from our system are paying for the cost of the system, so we're not billing county line or any other providers for a
So are you,
piece of the
so are you,
cost.
so are you saying then that homes that are not on city water are gonna be able to get this meter?
No, they will
Right, so-
not.
So that's the contradiction, that,
No, maybe I can help a little bit?
Sure, please.
So this is only city meters. It has nothing to do with the peripheral CCNs. They're on their own water system. They're not connected to our water system at all. They're not.
So-
They're their own private
A
system.
county line customer will not get one of these meters, and they will not pay for one of these meters. From
Our
us.
water fund is funded by City of Kyle utility users.
I want to make sure I'm
so,
understanding.
yeah, but they're still paying into it.
No, no,
right?
sir,
Through our
they don't.
taxes, right, we're all paying into it.
That's why the water fund is separate.
All of
think
these
maybe-
costs are paid, all of these costs are paid for
Yeah.
just by the water revenues from our customers in our system, not other water systems that are out there. This is not subsidized in any way by general fund dollars.
Okay, that's where I was
That-
thinking,
yeah,
right? I
if-
mean, it gets a little tangled up in
No,
who's the
sure.
servicer, who's getting it from where, and then.
Just our water system, our customers.
Now, we do have outside city limits versus inside city limits. Maybe that's where you're
Yeah, well,
getting them kind of confused a little bit, but we do serve outside our city limits with Kyle Water.
so.
And they would be on this system.
Right, so if you don't get city water, say for example Woodlands or,
No, it
Okay,
would not be
can
part
you
of this.
get a plumber to go and install one of
No,
these for you?
no.
You wouldn't be on the network with
They
it.
can do, now, that CCN can do what we're doing. with their water system, but they're not connecting to ours.
Right.
Yeah,
So the whole dashboard's not going to work for them.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you have to have a city meter to get the dashboard. and all the
Exactly. So there it
benefits.
goes. That's why I had to bring, it's a more complicated
Yeah.
than we're assuming.
Move to the city of Kyle, that's what I say.
Well, we're already in the city limits. It's just the water is provided by a different user.
Yeah.
It is good, but it's been knocked up here before.
All right, any other discussions, motions, MPT?
Told you it was complicated.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 43.
Second.
Finally.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Mayor, that we approve agenda item 43. Is there discussion on the motion? Did you say- Okay, all right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 6-0.
Sorry about the long explanation.
That's all right. That was good. All right, we're going to skip to agenda item 46, receive a report, hold a discussion, provide staff direction regarding the proposed 2024 Grinch Festival. Your item is doomed. It's
We're
doomed.
Grinch there. Yes, Jesse.
I was hoping the Grinch was gonna show up with you guys.
He was busy tonight doing his other job.
This deal.
But all right, guys, I'm very happy to be presenting this tonight. This is our Grinch on the Green event proposal. Oop. All right, I'm forgetting we moved clicker. So on Saturday, June 8th, 2024, council gave staff direction to bring back an event proposal for our first ever Grinch Festival. This is that proposal, and we are more than happy to take any feedback, direction y'all have from there. Our proposed date for this event would be Saturday, December 7th, 2024, from 5:30 to 9 p.m. at La Verde Park. Staff, specifically David and his team, went out and reevaluated, and they were able to find with some minor improvements that La Verde could host the event with some electrical infrastructure improvements. It wouldn't include trenching up any of the green or anything like that, so we feel comfortable moving forward in that direction. Our event overview. So far, what we've proposed is free photos with Grinch. Grinch Trail of Lights, where kids could stop along the way, and we'll have really fun cutouts we're making with our wonderful Grinch. Grinch movie screenings, Adopt a Max Animal Shelter booth to have a little bit of information about our animal shelter and hopefully some animals out there as well. An Officer Chad dunking booth. If y'all remember, Officer Chad was a much hated character in last year's Grinch show or series, and we would love to bring him back. He has already agreed to it. We are also proposing a Kyle Police Department booth to help promote holiday safety tips and have resources and information available to our residents there. Market vendors, food vendors, live music and a DJ, carnival games, Grinch-themed face painting for the kids, as well as Grinch-themed balloon artists. We have a tentative schedule of closing down the street at 7 a.m. That would be Burnham Street, with 2 p.m. vendor load-in time, 5:30 start, and then we would have a free hour of Grinch photos where kids can come and get free photos. So it would just be cell phone photos for parents, as well as get a signed Grinch poster, and then a 9 p.m. event end. We are more than happy to take any questions or feedback or any direction that council has about the event.
Councilmember Parsley.
I just want to say thank you for working with us about the La Verde, because I think it just matches.
It so
I think
matches.
it's just perfect for next festival.
Staff feels that way too. We wanted Grinch on the Green. I'm very happy that David and his team were able to go out there and find some workarounds and solutions
And
for
I
the
cannot
event.
wait to see y'all dressed in Grinch theme kind of clothes.
We planning a communications rollout of Grinch-themed content similar?
As you can expect, yes, there is
can't wait.
some Grinch series planned for
It's
this
going to
year.
be very hard to top last year, but
I
this-
know.
We're
this is
pretty
gonna-
proud of the scripts we've written. I don't want to give anything away, but
well, you got a big crescendo here, so this is a great opportunity. Well, I guess not crescendo. When
Now,
was
can,
it?
can we get
December?
notifications before you guys put it to the public? Because I look forward to the videos.
we actually have one video that would involve council being involved in it. So we'll be sending out some information about
scheduling that with y'all here soon. Anyone that can make it on council, we would love to have y'all here for it. But yes, we'll definitely be sending out some information beforehand.
What date did you say?
December 7th, which is a Saturday. So the Saturday after Santa's arrival.
Okay. MPT.
I'm gonna have to play Grinch here now. So my concern is the service out there. Did we have an electrician go out there and make sure the service had adequate power, or are we gonna pull a Chevy Chase and put 15 plugs on?
Whatever we
one
gotta do.
switch? I mean, that's kind of what my concern is.
We need a tree.
I'll let David Lopez, our new Parks Director, answer the electrical infrastructure questions.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The answer is yes. We had our electricians evaluate everything, and we are very confident that we can pull this off.
Oh, great, that's good. Just making sure that any cords that we run or anything like that above ground, make sure we put some over it, even, just something so people aren't tripping or anything like that. Just don't want to create a hazard out there, but, no, that was my biggest concern, is making sure we had the power. I just didn't want to say, hey, we could run some cords here and go off just a few breakers.
Yes, sir. We factored all of that in.
Okay.
I'm assuming the lights, Christmas lights in the park will be like green themed, and maybe, will there be a Christmas tree with green lights?
I don't want to give too
You're
much away
spoiling
because
it,
we'll be
Mayor.
bringing back an RFP that does include the lights for La Verde.
Is that,
I
what I'm
believe
saying
next
sounds like the general vibe?
Yes, yeah. We plan on getting lots of green LED lights all around the park, and then we have kind of a central area on the green with Christmas trees, lots of inflatables, and Grinch cutouts. It'll be cute.
Just in case, there is a store by Dallas that is called the Decorator's Warehouse, and they have a whole section that is just for the Grinch.
Might have to make a trip.
My
That'd
only
be on my own
concern
personal.
is too much of a good thing, right? You don't want to overdo Grinch, because then people would get tired
There
of
is
it.
no such a
Yeah.
So let's not overdo it. I could get tired of it.
But if council has any further directions or questions.
Councilmember Harris.
Oh, sorry.
La Verde, I know when we changed contractors on that and started doing our own, we had some incomplete accessibility issues. Have those been taken care of? The pavilion was inaccessible, for one thing, for wheelchair or disabled.
We know that several repairs are, well, some have been completed. There's one that's underway on the playground side of it, but I'll look into a comprehensive list of what those concerns were, so.
Yeah, because
we can
there were
ensure those are
several
ready.
A lot
that
of
had
history
brought.
with the old contractor.
Yeah, there was, they just didn't get done. So making sure everything's totally accessible would be really important.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Do you need any action from us?
No action. We just wanted to see if y'all had any changes to any of our event lineups, any ideas y'all wanted us to add, anything along those lines.
Well, you're keeping it all a secret. How come?
Yeah.
Yes, let's not break the secret. I want the secret to stay a secret.
All right, fine.
Let's surprise everybody.
All right, thank you. Next up, agenda item 47, consider directing the city manager to create an emergency lockbox program for seniors and others at risk in the community. Councilmember Harris.
Yes, we had a citizen come a few weeks ago and request this particular program. We've been discussing it. I would like to direct the city manager to proceed with looking into this program for emergency lockbox for our senior citizens and those with disabilities that may need emergency response.
We'll be glad to take a look at it. That's the council's direction, and bring something back to you with some of the parameters and details of how we can do that. I know it's been done in some other cities, so we'd be glad to do that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I just think it's a great idea. I mean, we already do, drive-bys, and people will ask our officers to come by and check on their residents when they're out of town. This is another layer of this, allowing us to check on individuals and being able to access their property with their consent is important to check on their health, right? Because we got a lot of, we have an elderly community here as well, and we've got people with special needs. So being able to provide them another layer of service is really amazing.
Yeah, some white hairs live alone.
Motion?
I move that we direct the city manager to investigate and bring back a program for provision of emergency lockbox for seniors and others at risk in our community.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Harris, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem that we approve agenda item 47 is written. Is there discussion? Councilmember Tobias.
Real quick, what emergency lockbox, will explain what it is?
An emergency lockbox is a coded box, like a realtor uses,
Okay.
that is placed on the door of a person who asks for that, so that the emergency responders don't have to break down their doors if there is an emergency.
So you would have a person's key in that box?
Yes.
or-
So
Yes.
there will be a registration program with our police department and the dispatch area so that when you call dispatch and they would know that this is a residence that has one of these particular devices and lock boxes that could be accessed so that first responders, if they needed to check on someone, there's a process they would go through rather than looking at potentially having to break a door down or break into a home to
Yeah.
check on someone, that they would be able to access that, and the resident would have to give access to that in advance of the program.
Similar
So those
to-
are the details we can bring you
Similar
back.
to getting access to a gated community.
Okay.
And the Away program really does work. I know several folks in our community who've used it and swear by it. It's peace of mind, just letting the police know. So it's just, like Robert said, it's another layer to it.
It is.
You know, I'm good with it.
But what we'll do, council members, is we'll bring this back and give you some details of how it could work, the specifics of how the program would work. I think that's the desire, Councilmember Harris.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Motion to adjune. All right, we're adjourned.
Jesse still had the lean
Sorry,
green.
Jesse.
Lean green.
No, Jesse doesn't get to do it.